Well, live, hello, and welcome everyone to Triton Cup, the 100th Golden Triton Cup. I am joined today by Mr. Slap to present to you this 100th edition of the tournament. How are you doing, Slap?
I am doing absolutely fantastic. I went to the beach earlier because it was beautiful. It was sunny outside. And we're right here, right now. We're going to be commentating the 100th Triton Cup. That's crazy. The Golden Triton.
Golden Triton coming with a special thing because it's not just a regular Triton Cup. We are actually working with Esport Bros TV, a French Splatoon organization, which is co-streaming the event, and it is also in partnership with the French non-profit Les Restaurants du Cœur, which is bringing like hot meals to the one in needs.
That's honestly so incredible. Honestly, an incredible organization that we're supporting. Thank you so much, Esports Bros, for partnering with Dapple, and thank you, Dapple, for of course running Triton Cup for this long, getting to 100 editions of this tournament. That's absolutely crazy to think about, and we have an amazing game coming up for you for this first round. We've got I'm just gonna call them the bunnies, the Benoys something. And then what even is that second name? We can't even tell what that one is, but we're not even going to be able to tell what that second name is. We don't know what those emojis are on this overlay. But here we are going into our game one.
Game one is going down, is going to be Splat Zone on Mahi Resort. Such a classic, we love to see it, we love to start matches on it. Like, it's very fair and it brings up a lot of plays, a lot of interesting things to see. Bunny is already ahead, trying to get the zone, but getting splatted. The pencil got the cooler though, so it's setting up for a pretty good start. The second team is taking the zone, taking the lead, but it's still back into position for the moment.
Yes. We are going to be going straight into this now. We see the strikes come out there, but no, they're just able to take control of the zone for a second. Maybe, no, that's contested, and there we go. The bunnies putting up that bubbler and most likely going to be getting that zone right again, taking it away from, again, the team that we cannot tell because the emojis are not appearing on the stream overlay. We definitely will be looking at them in just a second to see what their team really is, but the bunnies now taking the lead.
Yeah, taking it from what I'm seeing on Sedu.ink, it's ducks on turtle. The logo is like literally ducks on the turtle, and the name is like an emoji of duck and an emoji of turtle. So let's call it that way. So ducks on turtle in a not so good situation here. 30 points left already for bunnies. They are in full control. They don't have the special. These are coming from ducks on turtles. They're trying to come back, but with only like 17 ticks left, and they're already getting splatted. They lost control. They need to take that zone back very soon, but they lose all their players. 5, 6, 4, 3, 2, 1. And it's game one, opening for Bunnies.
What a quick game one indeed. Bunnies looking very, very comfortable going into that.
Yeah, getting that first game on a 1-2 punch is pretty interesting. Like they made a quick work out of it. They were very dominant. Like once they had control and like clear control of the zone, they never let go, I think.
I mean, just look at that aggressive bubble play, putting it right on top of the zone. That was what really got them the zone and made it so the duck on turtle was not able to get the zone for the rest of the game. Even with the chumps going in there, even with the Kraken coming out, you lose control just for a second, but the bunnies, they were able to just stay on the zone. Like even there, as you saw with those strikes coming out, it just wasn't enough to get the zone. All the bunnies just had such good pain control. They had such a good job just keeping that zone. And here we are, we're going to be going into game two with the bunnies going up 1-0.
1-0 going to game 2, as you said. So quick reminder, Triton Cup is a zone-only tournament. So we're going back to Splat Zone. And this game 2 will be Inkblot Art Academy. So it's the map that got picked by Ducks on Turtles.
Yeah, okay, honestly, that's another very, very good stage. Just going to something a little bit more comfortable, really. And like, with the comp that they were showing off as well, I do feel like that they will be getting a little bit more mileage out of it, especially with that blaster able to poke up on the the battlements that you're just going to be poking onto the zone with. I do believe that'll be good for them. But then also, you've just got to watch out for that ledge there. As you saw, we did see the bunnies with that Octo Brush. They look very tricky. They're just going to be hiding, sharking at that ledge, waiting for someone just to step a little bit too far, and then they're just going to be going ba 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 ba, clearing you right off the top there.
One thing that's also very, very important on Inkblot is like the zone in itself is kind of divided in two parts. Like it's one big zone, but you have the top mid sitting right in the middle, completely dividing the zone in left side, right side. It's very interesting to see. Not as much. I mean, it's not as big as on Scorch Gorge, for example, which enables like the map to be actually completely playable and very nice to see.
Exactly. And now look at this right now as well. We're seeing that decav as well. That decav is going to be very aggressive. But on the side of Ducks on Turtle, we're seeing so many new weapons come out. We're seeing that Nautilus. We're seeing those Tetras. We're seeing the Slosher come out as well, completely changing up their team comp entirely from that last game.
That's a completely different pace for Ducks on Turtles. I mean, they have 3 aggressive weapons and like almost 2 Slayers. The Tetras are gonna skirmish a lot, flank a lot, etc. For them, they're getting platted and it's still controlled for bunnies. They're going forward, but not really taking any significant kills for the moment. Ducks on Turtles are still in position to fight back, even though they start to go back onto their plats.
But look at that, we're seeing the Zipcaster and the Bubbler. That Decav loves to use an aggressive bubble, going in and pushing with it. And look at that, we just saw a Reef Slider going at the back, but the Tetras was punished for that aggressive play. And now here we see the Nautilus trying to get around, trying to get that decav, but does go down on the pencil, able to pick someone off as well. Ducks on Turtles are now 3 down with only 20 ticks remaining on the zone. Soda up for bunnies. It's going to take a miracle for them to get back in this game.
Miracles are going to need one. The kills are still going for bunnies, and with, I mean, 5 ticks left, the crab was up, and every player is still standing for bunnies, offering them game 2 and offering them the first set, round 1.26 is going to them, and advancing to the winners bracket, as Ducks on Turtles is going to losers.
Yeah, what a breakneck pace for a game. They're making up for the lost time that we had with some technical issues, right? They were just going completely and utterly steamrolling ahead in this set.
They were in full control. Definitely, they had the coordination they needed. Once they got that zone, they wouldn't let go of their ground. They were keeping it every single time, not letting any chance slip by.
Yeah, no, exactly. And they just played such a brilliant game there. Again, as I said, we saw that decav and we saw that Octobrush just perfectly using both specials at the same time to get so much mileage out of it, just staggering Ducks on Turtles so much. There was rarely a point in that game where you saw all 4 members of Ducks on Turtles up at any point, especially when you had that Tetras trying to dive in through the back, using that Reef Slider, just trying to salvage the game as much as they could. Just unfortunately, it didn't really go anywhere. And then, of course, you've got the coverage with the pencil doing beautiful jobs at inking up that zone, getting you that soda. And like right at the end there, I saw 2 picks. Ducks on Turtles got 2 picks, but instantly that soda made a difference and they were able to jump back and make it so Ducks on Turtles could not even get a single tick on that zone. It was absolutely incredible play from bunnies, who can probably go very, very far in the winner's side of the bracket.
We'll see how it goes for both of those teams. For the moment, we'll have to take a quick break to bring to you the second match of that bracket. See you in a short while.
Welcome back, everyone, to this very special edition of the Golden Triton Cup. Once again, I am MR Slap here with the lovely Inquiry22. How are you doing after our first set, my friend?
Still doing very, very good. That was a quick set we had previously, but ready to jump back to it. Quick reminder, this Triton Cup is very special because we are doing a fundraiser for the French non-profit Les Restaurants du Cœur. So fundraiser, you just have to type exclamation mark donate on the chat to have the link to Tiltify. Let's just have a quick shout out to people who donated already. So we have Esport Bros TV, the French organization who we're working with on this tournament, donating $150. Dimitri, the leader of Esport Bros TV, donating 100. Anonymous donating 10, and Xenopon, a French, another French tier, donating 5.
That is mad. That is a lot of money. That is 265 out of the goal that has already been set of 300. But at 300, we raise that goal even further. We're just trying to get as much money as we can for such an amazing cause. So please type exclamation mark donate in the chat if you're willing to spare anything for such an amazing cause. But anyways, let's get into this next set. Coming up is we've got Blank Z versus the 3-point drivers. I'm very excited to see the 3-point drivers, though, because a lot of those 3-point divers, sorry, because a lot of them are UK residents. Those are my guys. I'm very excited to see this.
Let's see how it goes. They're already rocking with a pretty interesting comp. We have a tent umbrella and an ink brush on one side and a Hydra on the other one. These are unusual weapons, but very interesting to see.
Very interesting to see. I'm surprised Hyperstar is not electing to use the Hydra, considering how much Hyper loves it. But here we are, the 3-point divers, able to get this early, I was about to say an early bit of a lead, but they just haven't able to count the zone. But there we go. Killer Whale coming out on the side of Blanks right now, though. That 52 going up, able to get Conroe with that Killer Whale. And there we go. Blanks are in control of the zone, throwing over that Booyah Bomb, just shredding that tent as quickly as possible and commanding this zone now, taking the lead.
Taking the lead, taking control, and taking the picks they need to keep 3-point divers out of the objective. We have Tentabrella not in so good position. Look at how quick the Tentabrella got shredded by the Hydra.
I know, that's absolutely insane. Oh, and look at that, the bomb just finding a little pick there. Shot finding 2 off of the bomb and going in there. But here we have Hyperstar. We have Akira using that hammer, but Akira goes down before it can really make an impact. And Hyper able to trade with that Inkjet. And there we go. They were able to get the zone for just one. No, there's a disconnect. Oh, no. And that is Hyperstar, my goat. What are we doing? Get the Ethernet cable back into the dock, young man.
Disconnection, but it is too late, I think, for the rematch. They will have to cope with that for the moment. So Blanksy is still with a good opportunity, like good lead at this. They're getting splatted though. Like the Hydra is a bit alone. The 52 guard is also in not so good position. I mean, 3-point divers are working out with 3 players.
Yeah, no, it is working out surprisingly well. But you know what? Commentators curse. As soon as you mention something, it all goes wrong. And it has all gone wrong again for the 3-point divers. As here we are, Blanks taking this opportunity to push up with the soda as well. I believe this is all she wrote. Never mind! 3 people! 3 whole picks going down for Blanks as 3-point divers are pushing in. We saw that hammer, that beautiful, beautiful buff little hammer coming in. And there we go, Conroe electing to get a kill there with that slosher on the Hydra as all those sodaed up players from Blanksy are just coming back in now. But they're getting fended off very, very well by that combo of the tent and the combo with that slosher. There we go, the Ink Strikes able to get one. Akira going in again with that hammer, but it was just a distraction for Conroe as Conroe almost gets 3 there. And all it is again, Akira with that Ink Brush on the zone, but it's just not enough to hold it.
Not enough to hold it, but it's surprisingly close. Like 3-point divers are making amazing work to slow Blanksy down, and they're getting some picks, they're getting some pushes, but obviously it is hard to maintain that. Blankzy already in position, but be careful that Ingrush is already there in a good position to completely erase some defensive position. Conroe with that bucket, the Tenta Brother already there on that left side of the zone, there to help people out. It's very close, the zone is very disputed. The hammer is going, not taking any kill for the moment, taking one, but yeah, the Ingrush is alone.
Yeah, it's just calling in for the jumps there, but gets caught out. The tent able to come down. Another jump coming in, it's Conroe, but there we go, it's a wipeout. And unfortunately, the team of three was unable to take down Blanks coming in there. That is very, very unfortunate. But still, even though it was a 3v4, that was incredibly close. So who knows what's going to be happening in the next game when Hyperstar fixes their internet.
I mean, I can see 3-point Divers completely coming back to that match and being pretty dominant, because they lasted very long and they made the game last very long in 3v4, which is honestly huge, because Platoon is such a team-oriented game.
Exactly,
If you're left with one player left than the opposing team, it's of course really, really hard, but even harder than in some other games.
Yeah, no, like, it's a really, really weird dynamic, because I played quite a bit of Overwatch and Marvel Rivals, as well as those games do fit in, like, the team shooter dynamic, and it's like, the impact of a team and a single player feels so skewed compared to other games, because, like, one player in Splatoon is completely capable of taking on 4 other people and just completely wiping the whole team out, like, very, very, like, closely. But then also, there's a side to it where having a team of 4 people completely working together in a well-oiled machine just almost feels unbeatable.
Yeah, definitely. But I mean, it also comes from the fact that kill time in Splatoon is very, very low. Like, you mentioned one player being able to take out 4 on its own. Because the kill time is so low, like, you can laser people in a fraction of a second, which isn't possible at all in other, like, team shooters.
Yeah, no, exactly. And, like, that's just what makes Splatoon such, like, a dynamic and fun game to watch, really. Just, like, anybody can really go down whenever. But do you know what's not going down and only going up? The number of donations that are coming to this amazing cause. So please, again, I have to badger you about it. Please type !donate into the chat. Please give to such an amazing cause. Inkri, what's it called again? Because I can't say the word.
Les Restaurants du Cœur. It's a French org, so I mean, of course, it's not going to be easy to pronounce if you're not French speaking.
Oh no, 252s, oopsie daisy.
Yeah, 252s on the side of Blankzy. Very interesting comp, and rocking with two different builds. You have one with comeback and one with opening gambit. So of course, opening gambit is going at it really quick on that right side, trying to pick some important kills already.
Yeah, look at that. We're just having that Hydra just peppering the zone, able to get a pick on Conroe as well. That's going to go so far. We're seeing Yaga right now, that tent, just trying to get around into a little angle, just trying to feed their teammates in a little bit more, cause a little bit of aggro to go away. Uh-oh, but look at this little shark coming in. Hyperstar trying to read it there with that jet. The 52 does go down. It did have Soda active though, so I'm sure it'll be back in the fight very, very soon. Conroe just trying to 1v1 this other 52 here. The other 52 again goes down, and there we go. 3-point divers able to get the zone, even through a Booyah Bomb, is able to keep that zone and punish the user for using it there, and there we go. Another player having to jump out right there. Soda coming out for Blankzy, but I do believe that this zone is going to be enough to go down. But look at the bomb punishing the aggressive use of the tent there.
Yeah, very good splat by a Golda, and it's a very important one, because I mean, Tensor is just so good at holding the ground and completely cutting a position off. But for the moment, 3-point divers are just working with it. Tensor is already back onto that right side. The hammer is going, not picking, yep, getting 1 kill, 2 kills.
Whoa.
On the side of Blankzy. They have so much trouble getting in there. I mean, that's just what we call 3-point divers are making work of this, and they're really good at holding the ground if they are 4 players.
Ooh. Let's go, Hyperstar with that jet. I believe there's another one going there. Hyperstar having to just panic, really, and use the jet there. So to, like, try and make sure that all of their teammates can come back in with the jumps. But Hyper just took their ball and ran with it, getting multiple picks. There we go. The zone is saved again with Akira able to pepper the zone just enough. We're seeing Yaga try and keep that zone, make it tick down to 0 points remaining. But no, they get to 3, and Blanks are just barely in this inquiry.
That penalty is so important because 74 points is a huge margin to come back from. So yeah, 3-point divers, if they get that zone back, they will have to work so much. Nice double kill by the Jet. It's a triple kill and it's a delayed wipeout for almost delayed wipeout. And so Blanky are just still holding that. We have the 52 just cheating on the left side, picking a kill on the, oh, it's -3. It's a -3, only the 10th of Greta is up, and so Blanky will be able to take back that zone. The 52 is still going.
Yeah, 52, absolutely incredible there, going around, getting a pick on that ballpoint and just not stopping. But look at Akira, look at Yaga coming over there on that left side. Once again, these two weapons so good at just taking aggro away from Conroe, who is looking at getting those strikes set up to take back the zone. There we go. Blanks losing control, but getting it straight back. 152 goes down. We see the Slosher, we see the Brush, both go down. But here we go, Hyperstar with that jet, able to get one, rolling away and just trying to get another one of the 52 gals. But the 52 is stuck so far back in that backline there of 3-point dives that they're still just unable to take the zone. Akira doing such a good job to keep it there. Conroe with a lovely shot going up on that stack there in the middle. And there we go, 3-point divers are back in control of the zone, but probably not for long as the Hydra is able to get 2 picks, throws the Booyah Bomb. This is absolute pandemonium in Curry.
Blanksy are so good at, even when they get splatted, they still have like 1 or 2 players left to hold that ground and just completely disrupt 3-point divers push, and they get there. They have a nice push, 38 points left, sorry. The penalty is down now, and it's only going down in the point for the mid. And look at the Hydra just holding the ground and just not getting splatted.
Yeah, no, a very, very aggressive position, especially for a Hydra. But look at that, Yaga allowing Conroe to jump in again. 45 seconds left on the clock. You really need to stop Blank Z right now because they're at 20 ticks left. They have the soda up. They've got the Booyah Bomb up. This could be it for the entire game as we get down to those single digits. 3-point divers need a miracle to get back in this. There we go. Akira with no, they take the lead. It's 1 left, but there we go. 3-point divers are able to just salvage this game, but they have to go down 50 whole penalty points before they can even think about closing this game out for themselves. We see Yaga panic pop that the Inkzuka gets nobody with it. It's so unfortunate. There we go. We have the Hydra now taking one of those high angles again. A pick going down on either side, and here we are, the Hydra jumping down, getting 2, and there we go. The Booyah Bomb picking up Akira as well, and there we go. Blanksy is able to take this set in an incredibly close 2-0.
What a set by Blanksy, managing to get that game with almost like 1 single push. Like, they never let the zone, I mean, they let the zone away, like, first push because 3-point divers made it to, like, 3 points left. But when they got it, they lost control a few times, but never really left the mid, and were always in position to get back and to push back on 3-point divers position and get that zone, and just working point by point by point, just in tiny pushes. And they got 1 massive push that ended to, like, 1 point left. 3-point divers had a good shot at coming back, but time was running out.
Yeah, time really just reached the end of this game. I cannot believe that the 3-point divers were able to keep the zone for that long at the end. Like, just look at this. They throw everything and the kitchen sink at the wall. You even see Akira breaking out the hammer and just throwing it at the ground, trying to cover the floor with as much ink as possible. But look at this. That Hydra Splatling did so much at the end there. With the Booyah Bomb coming in, I believe it got like 2, maybe 3 picks, including that kill with the Booyah Bomb. It just, that Hydra was so pivotal in that game being won. Because as we saw, they took that incredibly aggressive, like, point in the map for no reason, just behind that single, like, cube. in the side there, like at the left side, they had no reason to really just be hiding behind there and just watching behind, because Akira loved going around, loved going behind. We saw that Yaga loved going around, going from behind, trying to take aggro from them, and that's what they learned, that's what they adapted to. They put the Hydra in a very weird off angle that was just able to catch them out so much more than they would have done if they just stayed on one of those more inconvenient high spots.
Yeah, really impressive play by the Hydra. Cutting 3-point divers off guard. It worked really well, as you said. So, like, shoutouts to them with that strategy working out. They going forward against the seed 1 of the tournament. Let me get the pronunciation right, because it's full of emojis, and so I had to ask the captain about it. We should just pronounce that team Footies. Shit. So Blankzy are going to face Footies in winners round 3. We'll just have a quick break to see what match is going at the third one of that block. So see you in a short while.
Yeah, do not worry though, please. Again, just oh, sorry, I was about to do another donation push. Oh, we're still able to be heard. Oh, sorry, I thought we went straight to a break. Yep, also, guys, everybody, please do remember again, ! donate for an absolutely amazing cause.
And welcome back to Golden Triton Cup 100. It's still InQA22, joined by Emir Splap for to the third round of the winners bracket. We'll see face today Casablanca versus Kagekoi, match 3.4, which is seeded to be a very, very close match.
I'm excited. I'm well excited for it. I genuinely cannot wait to get into this game. And I do believe it's going to be starting very, very soon. Now, Inkari, do you know anything about these either two teams coming up at all?
Honestly, I know about Cryptic, which is a German player. And so it seemed to be joined by just some teammates. So it's not like a German team at any point. But yeah, I know about Cryptic. But we'll see how both teams make that work.
Exactly. And as you said, this is going to be seeded to be a very, very close game. And speaking of close, we are incredibly close to reaching our donation goal for this tournament. So please, everybody, remember to do !donate into the chat. Get that link, donate just a little bit of your money if you can to such an amazing cause. But anyway, here we go as we go into game 1.
Game number 1 is going to be Hagelfish Market. Again, Triton-Cup is a full zone tournament, so we're all playing split zone. And we have some very similar comps. We have 2 S-Blast, we have 2 Crabs, 2 Pencil. The only difference is that, and we also have like 2 swords.
Yeah, no, and exactly. And we have 2 crab users. We've got 2 of the same S-Blast, 2 of the same Pencil, and we've got 2 swords. We're seeing stereo madness coming from each side of the screen right now. And you know what we're seeing again, this zone being absolutely like a pendulum going back and forth to and fro to each team. We see the bubble come up, but the decab does die through the bubble, and that's 3 down for Casablanca as Kagekoi now is just destroying that bubble. But there we go. We see the decab somehow managing to sneak by, is able to get 1, but gets traded with that Pencil. Absolute pandemonium coming from the start of this game. We're seeing Soda get popped out alongside that Crab, and now we're seeing Kagekoi 1 member down, but a Crab up from them as well. Who knows what we're going to be seeing as we go further into this game, Inkari?
Let's see how it goes, but Kagekoi already have a very, very impressive start. 31%. The zone is going to Casablanca now, but nobody is really going down on the side of Kagekoi. They are still there to fight, still there on that zone. And it's really a neutral position for the moment. Casablanca not really making things work right now to take a clear advantage in that game.
Yeah, like you said, no real clear advantage coming from either team. Even though Kagekoi was able to get to 31 ticks remaining, this game still seems incredibly close. Here we have the Pencil getting pushed by that splash coming in there. Pencil forced to jump out, but Kagekoi now even still getting pressured here by that S-Blast, but the S-Blast does go down as well. Now the Pencil trying to pick up the scraps as here we go, the Crab coming in for Casablanca as well, but Kagekoi is doing such a good job at just holding this zone, going in with that Zip Cast, just trying to force so many specials to go off. Kagekoi still able to keep control of the zone, even with a Booyah Bomb coming in there. Although that S-Blast does go down, but that's 2 down for Kagekoi once again. Casablanca, 1 person up. Can they get the zone, Inkari? No, they can't.
They can't. Like, Kagekoi is so solid behind that zone. It's the same thing repeating again and again. Like, one team just, okay, they get like splatted 2 players, but they're already like 2 others camping that zone, camping that position. However, Casablanca managed to make them retreat onto their plat, and now they are in full control, full go mode.
Yeah, full go mode indeed, going further into this set. Once again, we see that Crab get popped at the top right, on top of that pavilion right there. We're seeing that Booyah Bomb come out. Decaf able to pick up a little scrappy pick there, but we lose control. Someone's able to get in behind us. Someone's able to go through. I believe that was the Zipcaster that was just forced to jump back, and there we go. Pencil able to get someone, but the S-Blast picking up the scraps. Casablanca able to take the lead now. That Crab is doing so much work, just putting so much pressure up on the battlements right up there. And with 10 ticks remaining, this could definitely be it for this game.
That is going to be it in a almost one push, Casablanca managed to keep the zone forever and just go for that KO early.
Yeah, like honestly, honestly, both teams right here, as we've already talked about, have such a similar comp. They both had a crab user. They both had the exact same pencil, the exact same S-Blast, and they both had a sword, which, like, fundamentally, both of those swords work a lot different when you think about it, but they still both serve the same purpose, really. Just one has a bubble, one has that more aggressive zip cast, and the bubble, as you saw there, just really getting a little bit more mileage out of this game.
Yeah, very impressive by both teams. Casablanca, as you said, like managed to get that ground, get the aggressivity up. A bit of a trouble for the Zipcaster, as you said. Both Crab made a big impact on that game. Like, Crab is so important on that map if you want to keep your ground, if you want to keep a place completely locked. And that's very important when you're pushing, because you can lock people onto their spawn.
Yeah, exactly. You just lock them right in there. By the way, I don't believe we mentioned it before, but we are moving on to best of 5 sets going into this round.
Best of 5, which means we're going to see much more plays and much more opportunity to adapt from both teams. Like, that's a big deal of BO5. You have the time to adapt to what the other team is doing, to adapt your composition, to adapt your plays. And in the end, it brings like so much show.
I mean, we saw it in the past 2 sets beforehand. Well, mostly the last one that we saw, where honestly, 3-point divers had such a good run. Like, they had such an unlucky disconnect, and then that second game in their set went down to 3 ticks left for the 3-point divers, whereas they were just managing to get a KO for Blank Z. If you had till that game 3, if you had till game 5, that could have been an entirely different set, but because it was best of 3, Blank Z was able to just take their ball and ran with it, and you know, they did win the set 2-0, so massive congrats to them. I can't wait to see how they're doing further on, but like you said, best of 5, just because of that extra game that you have to play to win, it makes the set feel so much different.
So much different, and we are going already to game 2. So still Casablanca versus Kagekoi. Casablanca with quick lead. They have 1 game up. We'll see how it goes. No change in composition on one side, but a completely different weapon. I mean, range blaster, completely different sub-range special. Like, you have the Kraken, which can make quick work, especially on Barnacle and Dime.
Yeah, very, very good weapon pick coming in this, especially when you can just sit back on those bats and just fire into the zone and just try and get something there. But here we have Soda already coming up, almost for both teams. There we go, Soda for both teams. We see the first crab come out, and it's a trade between both the blasters in the middle of the map there. And there we go, we see the sword go down. Even though they had 2 players down, Kagekoi is still somehow able to make it so this zone wasn't flipped. How? That zone was entirely orange on my screen. I have no idea how the game didn't think to flip it, but there we go. Kagekoi hanging on by a thread, Inquiry.
Hanging on by a thread, but already coming back in full force, in full control. They had that crab up to keep people away from them, and for the moment just going forward. Look at that decaf, look at that blasters rushing through that spot.
Oh my lord, what?
That was an important cancel by the pencil. That was so important.
Incredibly important. That just caught the Zipcaster as it came in, and look at Fishy right there, just taking steel to flesh with that sword swing. Absolutely beautiful, managing to pick that up. And look at this, we've been yamming for so long I didn't even realize 10 ticks remain. We have the crab, we have the bubble. No chance that Kagekoi are going to be coming straight back into this, and Casablanca is able to just steamroll through that game too.
Steamroll is the word, like 100 points to 0. I mean, Kagekoi didn't have a chance at taking that zone. They had 1 opportunity, and for some reason, Casablanca hung out to it and didn't even lose the zone to Kagekoi.
See, look at that! Like look at that! Did you see that? Did you see that on the top of the screen there? How was that not flipped?
The zone was full orange, like 2/3 of it. Wow.
Over 2/3. That was more like 7/8. the color orange, but somehow it didn't flip. See, look at that! You can see on the top of the screen there, it was a fraction away. It was a single pixel. It was a single pixel of ink away from swapping. But you know what? That was an incredible game coming out there. Like, what a steamroll indeed.
We'll see how it goes for Game 3, because we're going to a completely different map. Like, Barnacle, I like to say that it's, like, the most straightforward map of the game. Like, you have one path, you have the middle, and that's all. Like, you just go fight here. But on Umami Ruins, it's so much different because the zone is split in two. Like, you have two completely separated zones on each side of the mid, and the mid is separated in itself by a big block. So that makes so that you don't have full vision on everything that happens.
Yeah, and look at this. We are seeing that blaster swap once again, this time just going to the V-Wiper with Torpedo and Hammer. And look at this, we're already getting off to a breakneck pace as we're seeing both zones get contested. A pick down for Casablanca. Kagekoi looking to capitalize on this completely, getting 2 down. And Kagekoi are completely in control of this first game.
Completely in control, but we'll see how to go for them. And Kagekoi, as you said, a very, very strong start, and they still have some tools to fight. They have the crab ready, they have the zip casters ready, they have the hammer ready. Everything they need are in their tentacles to continue that push and completely annihilate Casablanca, and it's still going. -3, and the last player is forced to jump back. 40 ticks left is all that separates Kagekoi from the win, and they are still in full control.
They are still in full control. There we go. Decam goes down, unable to use that bubbler. We have a last-ditch effort come out from this crab, just trying to find something. The dualies just running around, trying to get a pick. There we go. They're able to get that wiper down. Oh, sorry, the stamper down there. But here we are. We see the splash go down as well. Could this be it? Could we see the zone flip for just 1 second? No, the Decam goes, steps out of that bubble for just a moment, and that just moment that happened lended to them going down. And there we go. We saw a completely separate game from the last one, a complete mirror indeed, as we saw this time Casablanca were the ones completely steamrolling through.
As you said, that was the
Kagekoi, sorry. I'm so confused. These games are going so differently. I thought that was Casablanca for the most part because of what happened in that game too, but Kagekoi completely showing up here.
I mean, you said the game are going completely differently. No, that's not the case. The games are going exactly the same way, just flipped. Like, one team steamrolling and the other one entering with the exact same engine.
Honestly, like, we just saw so much come from that hammer as well there. I believe I saw the hammer get the collateral, get the 2 kills off of 1 throw, which is absolutely amazing. But yeah, no, genuinely, Casablanca just could not find any gas to start going in that game. They were 1 pick down right from the start, and they never really picked it up.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, mirror of Game 2. We'll see how it goes for Game 3. We're going to Robo Ramen again. Completely different map. Like, this time you have a huge mid with the zone, easily capped by specials like Booyah Bombs, Ink Strike, and especially the Rift Slider. But at the same time, you have some very interesting flanks, because you can completely go below the mid and flank from the left side, and with that being seen, flip to right side with a completely different position.
Yeah, exactly. And I wonder how Robo Ramen is really going to shake this up going into it, because as we've seen, Kagekoi love to change up that one weapon in their comp. They don't change too much, but like the change from like Blaster to Wiper completely flipped the script on how this set was going and just completely turned it onto its head. So I wonder what Casablanca is going to be doing to answer against that when we go into the next game.
I mean, it was much more, the Wiper brought much more speed, much more aggressiveness, and less hesitation in their gameplay, I think. So let's see how it goes. It's going to be maybe a completely different matchup this time. Maybe we'll have a close game.
Maybe we will, but looking at this right now, neither team really changing their comp at all. Casablanca is still very comfortable with what they were running beforehand. And you know what? If I'm Kagekoi, I am comfortable with what just happened as well. And they are hoping to recreate it as much as they can. Look at that. We're already seeing the sword on the side of Kagekoi. That Stamper trying to go around that right side. We're seeing the Wiper poke it as well. But look at that. Doolies are pushing them. Does go down for it as well. The S-Blast trying to pick up the pace on that side as well there. Even though the Doolies went down, though, both Casablanca and Kagekoi have both taken a claim to this zone. Here we have the Wiper going behind the decav, able to get the kill, and they're also able to get the lead, even with the Wiper going down. Soda up for both teams. This is going to be an incredibly fast-paced game. I hope you're ready for it, Inkari.
I am ready. Let's see how it goes. But one thing that's very important on Robo Ramen is that it can be very difficult to approach. So if you're running a team like Casablanca that needs to go in, it's going to be very hard because blasters just can't do anything with that control of what's already in front of them.
That was such a beautiful little pickup there. Did you see that? The burst bomb getting thrown down, and then the Wiper was just able to pick it up as well. That was poetry in motion. Speaking of that sword there, it's just sharking down there, waiting. Oh no, the crab unfortunately drops down, and the pencil! What? The pencil able to pick up multiple splats there, as we see Casablanca staking their claim into the zone. The Booyah bomb being popped as well, just trying and succeeding to get a kill right there. The decav as well, picking up a splat on the top there, just jumping straight back in with the power of that Soda. We are once again just seeing Rika there, just trying to poke in, comes in with that Zipcaster, tries to get some aggro away. It's now or never when it comes to taking this zone. It's ticking down, Inkari.
No, they don't focus on the zone. Like, Wiper tried to take that kill on the decav, but it wasn't where they were meant to be. They need to cap the zone so bad, and they don't even try to do it.
That was really, really unfortunate. Like, it's a little bit of a wet ending to such an explosive, fiery game. We saw so much action, so many picks. Honestly, we saw ink exploding from every inch of this map. And look at that. That's very unfortunate seeing that come down. But look at that. The pencil. Through the bubble, picking it up.
So huge.
That was massive indeed. But look at that. Yeah, the Zipcaster was really their last bet going in. The Wiper, as you said, not focusing on the zone whatsoever, just trying to get a pick, maybe hoping their team would be the ones firing onto that zone there. But you know what? Casablanca taking...
Crab falling was so unfortunate because they are such a strong position to get that zone and get control of it. But since it dropped down, I think it was a misinput. I mean, they had no impact on the game left. Like, it was just a dead body for the remainder of the special.
Honestly, that was such a hot set. And before we go to another break as we wait for the next set, I just want to remind you all once again, please, if you could just take a moment of your time to do !donate into the chat and just consider giving a little bit of money. Inkari, can you please explain the wonderful cause that we are going to be sending some money to today?
Yep, we're sending that money to Les Restaurants du Cœur, which is a French non-profit organization sending food and providing foods, hot meals, etc., to people in need, to people that don't have a home or anything. So yeah, amazing goal. We have a goal of $300 to be raised. We already have 265. Let's break that goal. Let's just go for it.
I want to break that goal before we end our block. That's what I want to see. I want to see that goal completely smashed by the time that the next set or the couple sets after that ends.
We'll see how it goes just after a quick break to go to set number 4. See you in a short while.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Golden Triton Cup. Once again, I am MR Slap. Once again, here with the amazing Inquiry 22, here for El Drago versus Uprising. How are you doing, Inquiry?
Doing really good, really eager to see what's coming next, because we are starting to see top teams right now. We are in winners round 4, winner quarters. And so we're starting to see the top teams of that tournament. Such a stacked tournament, honestly. Like, we have the top 8, which is basically exclusively the top 8 seed teams, which is honestly, this is very rare to see that the top 8 of the tournament is the actual top 8 seed.
No, sometimes you just expect some random upsets to happening, but you know what? The seeding is there for a reason, and the projected seeding has come true here as we get into this incredibly, I believe it's going to be incredibly close between El Drago and Uprising, as Uprising, you know, amazing team in their own right, and El Drago can really hang on when they need to, so I am very excited to see what happens.
What's going to happen? Uprising switch a top French team, Div 1 in the EBTV League. I don't know if they're playing Luti, but if they are obviously the Division X or Division 1. On the side of El Drago, it's, I mean, an international team. You have Phoenix from Switzerland, you have Devin from Germany. So let's see how it goes. Devin, as always, rocking that 4K liter.
Yeah, no, that E-liter, especially on this map, is going to be putting so much mileage in, especially with Uprising not really having too much of a backline, having that Rapid Blaster Pro, and also having that heavy edit Splatling. They don't really have anything that can run up and contest that E-liter, especially on a map like this, and El Drago is just putting that theory into action right now, as we are just seeing absolute domination from them early in this game.
Yeah, they're starting off very strong. I mean, we already have 35 points left. What is that start by El Drago? Completely blocking Uprising. Like, we had Luca the Brush on that right side trying to do some things, but getting stopped. That's a zone cap. That's a zone cap, and it's really important because it brings a penalty to El Drago. And so -3, the only player standing is the 52 Gal, but he's doing some work.
Yeah, it's doing a lot of work there. I mean, just really delaying Uprising from getting too much bang for their buck going into the rest of this game. But look at that. We're just seeing that Brush come up, but tap shot away, I believe. Or maybe that was just shot down there by that Zap. Yeah, that was shot down by the Zap or the 52 Gal. But anyways, going into this, look at that. We're seeing one. They were seeing the splash go down, but Soda is up, so I'm sure they're going to be back not before too long at least. And look at that Blaster. That Blaster is putting in a lot of mileage right now, just peppering up shot after shot up onto that ledge there, really trying to put that E-liter in their place, trying to keep them away from that pivotal spot. And look at that, we're seeing that Zipcaster come in already, getting a little bit of mileage out of it, but Uprising is still just staying in control, even though they did lose the zone for a second there, giving them a few penalty points, keeping El Drago in this game.
I mean, you said at the beginning of the game that Uprising didn't have much to contest that E-liter. That's true when they are in neutral or in disadvantage. But as soon as they have the advantage, that Rapid Blaster is the nightmare of Devin and his 4K. Like, Rapid is so good at poking below ledges and just contesting whatever position you want to throw yourself in.
Yeah, and look at that. We already haven't gotten past those penalty points, and it's looking like we're going to get the lead. This could be it for the game as Uprising go down to the single digits in their points ticking down. Are we going to see a knockout? Yes, we are. There we go. Uprising able to take the first game in our quarterfinals, Inquiry.
First game going to Uprising, but that was a special map. Like, we were on Brine-Water Springs, so I mean, of course, it's the paradise for long ranges, but both teams had amazing long range players. So it's a weird map where if you get the advantage once, it's very hard to come back from. And if you lose that advantage, you're going to have trouble. And that's what happened. El Drago did a very, very good push in the beginning, and Uprising made it back. And as soon as Uprising got that zone, got that control, it was almost mission impossible for for El Drago to come back.
Yeah, no, sorry, that brush there, just putting in so much mileage, getting so much aggro behind them, and was able to even get a pick, taking the zone, put so much work in, and Uprising completely took advantage of that, just completely steamrolling through the rest of the game and knocking El Drago out. But that is just game one in what is going to be an incredibly action-packed best of 5 debt.
Game 1 out of 5, and we're going to game 2 on Mahi result. As I can see, we have a few technical problems. Our streamer got knocked out of the room, so we'll have a bit of delay to come back to the game. But as I said, Mahi result. I love that map. I honestly love that map. So much different plays possible on that one. You can play the defensive game with long ranges, but you can also be very, very aggressive if you have a carbon, if you have a blaster, if you have things that can poke those ledges.
Yeah, no. Speaking of poking upper ledges, I do believe that the 4K Devon is gonna be going down, as I believe they do have to leave. That's why we're switching up the lobby. That's why we're taking a little bit more time, because 4K was the one hosting the lobby and has now gone. But you know what? While we're waiting, let's go over something incredible. We have broken past our €300 goal. Thanks to the one, the only, the man that is going to be taking my spot here after we're done with this set, the Pat J or Tom. Wonderful commentator saying, I love you, Triton-Cup. Thank you for helping people with 50 euros. Thank you so much, Pat.
We'll see you in a short while for the commentary. So thanks for donating. We're going quick back to game 2. The players are in the room now, prepping for that game. It's going to be an important one, because if Uprising win this one, they offer themselves a match point. And if El Drago get that one, they're equalizing, and it's back to a BO3 almost.
Yeah, exactly. Honestly, this next game could determine so much for the rest of the set. Are we going to be seeing an incredibly close-knit game? Or are we going to have to see a reverse 3-0 in the books? Maybe, or are we going to be seeing just complete domination for the rest of the set from Uprising? Any of those points that I have just made are complete and utter possibilities going into the rest of this set. That's absolutely incredible. And you know what? Now that we've reached that €300 goal, by the way, we have increased it. And thank you to Anonymous, who donated €5 as well. I do believe that means we are now at 320 euros, I believe.
320 euros, and we are going to, as you said, get that goal up. We don't know how much for the moment, but yeah, we'll see. Just going straight to game 2. Players are prepping, and in a few seconds we'll just get going. See how it goes, because Mahi is such a very, very important map. Because, as I said, it offers a lot of possibilities in terms of gameplay. You can play whatever you want, and it's a map that focuses a lot on momentum. If you get that momentum going, you're going to do really, really good. But also, matchups, like in terms of what weapons your opponent play and how you can match against those weapons, is going to be the key. We see Rapid Blaster on the side of El Drago. They're switching, so Devin and it's okay for high room up with the Rapid Blaster. It's basically the same comps on each side now.
Yeah, no, once again, we are seeing stereo madness from either side. And there we go. We are seeing breakneck pace right at the start. We're seeing two members of Uprising going down as El Drago is the one to take the lead. Just like we saw last set, are they going to be able to steamroll it or are we going to see Uprising come straight back into it? What a direct coming out there from the blaster on the side of El Drago. But there we go again. Uprising this time, their blaster is the one to get a few picks, and they might even get the zone here, but lovely coverage of the zone there. What pain control coming out from El Drago. The Zipcaster coming out as well. We are finding so much. The water has dropped down, and not even once has that zone ticked in the favor of Uprising, Inquiry.
The gimmick of the map is down. As you said, the water has gone down, enabling much more movement option for every team. But for the moment, El Drago just keeping control for the moment. Uprising are running through. Nice kill by the Dap on Little, but getting punished by Glash right after the Rapid Blaster, making some quick work on that left side, but menaced by that brush. And I mean, zone is still full yellow at the moment, and full control for El Drago. Points are going down. It's going to be a hard time to come back from to Uprising.
You know, it's going to be really hard, especially when you're unable to pick up that kill thanks to the directs from the Rapid Blaster not killing in one shot. And there we go. You have it. You've seen it. The complete KO coming out there from El Drago.
Nice KO. Completely flipping the odds in their favor, because they were meant to go on a game that was pretty much the same on game 1, but it got flipped in advantage of Uprising, and now they're giving a run back and instant KO, honestly.
Now, I mean, just look at this. You have moments where Uprising take the upper hand. They're able to get a pick on El Drago. They're able to, turn the zone back to neutral, but they were just never able to find the complete flip.
Never able to find it, and it comes down to the fact that El Drago was always on the side of the zone. Not really onto it, but always around that zone, trying to circle it and make up for every possibility.
Yeah, and now we get to go to probably my favorite stage in the whole game, Makomar. I love this stage so much. Just those little angles that you can get down on the side, the stacks that you can jump up on, the incline pushing you straight into the fight, that right side where you can just stand up on that ledge there. I love this map so much, if not only for the aesthetic as well, but I can't wait to see what happens in the rest of the set. Two incredibly just ran through games, even though we saw at the start there, that first game, that El Drago was able to take it, and then Uprising just steamrolled through the rest of it. I wonder if we're going to be seeing any more steamrolls, or if we're going to see just a bit closer of a set.
I mean, I think that we have a stat that's pretty interesting. We haven't seen a game finish with another thing as a KO. We've seen just KOs the whole tournament for the moment.
Yeah, we really have, yeah.
Which is very interesting. We've seen a lot of... I mean, the sets were close in themselves, but if you look precisely at the games, none of the games were close. Almost. We have two or three close games, and that's all.
Other than that, we have just been blasting through this bracket as quickly as possible.
Let's see how it goes. Game 2 is preparing, as you said, on Makomar. You said it's your favorite map.
I love it. Like I said, if not only for the aesthetic, though, I love the aesthetic of Makomar.
I mean, it's very interesting, but on the side of the gameplay, it's true that it's very interesting. And it's completely different from a lot of maps, because it's open in the middle, but at the same time, as a backline, you're constantly being threatened by someone under your ledge. If you're playing backline, you probably don't really like Makomar, because there will always be a bucket. There will always be a blaster, always be a roller under your ledge, threatening you and threatening your position, making so that you always need to move around and take off angles.
Yeah, and here we go, going into this next game. We're not really seeing too much of a difference from either side, but I do believe what we're going to be seeing is right there. We're seeing picks flying off right already we are seeing, sorry, pardon me there, that completely blindsided me. El Drago coming right out of the gates.
Right out of the gate with an amazing start by them, completely taking like very, very important picks. We see Uprising trying to come back to the zone, but they don't have the resources for it. They don't have specials, and El Drago are just completely running inside their spawn to deny them from going forward.
But look at this, El Drago, 2 members down, Uprising trying to find their way back into this game. Again, we've got to a moment where it's already 30 ticks left for one team. The other team hasn't even touched the zone, barely, and it's a wipeout for the side of El Drago. And Uprising looks like they're going to be going another game down in this set as they all just stack around that right side, just trying to go in with that crab, just trying desperately to find a flip, but no, not even turning it to neutral. Look at that El Drago, beautifully, masterfully getting through with a complete and utter steamrolling.
Bro, those teams are mad at each other. Like, that's crazy. Our average, every team are pushing with everything they have and just get one instant KO after the other.
Honestly, and I don't know what we're even going to be seeing in the next set because we've just seen a complete repeat of the last game. Even after what happened in that first one, we're seeing a completely different El Drago coming through. Maybe it was the switch from having that E-liter coming out and then just changing up your team comp to really adapt. As you said, adaptation is such a vital part of this game, of these sets. And with going 2 games down, you've really got to start thinking, is Uprising going to do anything about El Drago?
It's going to be hard for them. I mean, they managed to get an insane reverse sweep on game 1. But they're going to need a reverse sweep on the set now because they're down 2-1. They need to win 2 straight games if they want to make it to win the semis. Those games are going to be insanely important because we're going to maps that seem to be in the advantage of El Drago. I mean, both comps are pretty similar to the other, but we've seen El Drago managing to get the ground and get the momentum going and just not letting it slip past their tentacles.
Yeah, no, exactly. We are just seeing they completely just grabbed a hold of this set and has not given it back to Uprising for a single second. And right now, if I'm just looking at it, we have already seen both teams almost ready up. We are so ready to get into this game 4, and I am so incredibly excited to get into it too. We are going to be going to Umami Ruins.
Umami Ruins, a map we've seen countless times in the past, and it's just an amazing map for blasters and for long-range weapons. Because you can just take control of one side with one of these weapons. If you have a pencil, it's going to tough the zone with like 2 shots maybe. I mean, you're gonna stop the zone in 2 shots and tough it on your own with 3 or 4. This is an insane weapon to run on that map. But Rapid Blaster is also very, very good because you have an area of effect that's honestly huge for that range.
And again, we're not seeing any team comps. Both teams comfortable. Both teams believe in what they're running, that they can just beat the other team with it. And right now, we're just seeing Uprising. Their brush goes down right at the beginning. And we are probably going to be seeing El Drago again taking a hot start in this game. We're seeing, there we go, we saw a beautiful, beautiful combo coming through from that blaster and the brush, but the blaster unable to parry, the bomb goes down. We're seeing the killer whale also pick up a splat and Uprising, and now in this game, it's not going to be a complete sweep, Inquiry.
Not a complete sweep thanks to Luca on the side of Uprising. Taking the amazing kill, and look at how the Splatling managed to defend themselves. So it's a -3. Only Rapid is standing, but we've seen how Rapid can be good at standing a position. For the moment, Zona going back to Drago. We finally have a close game, Slav.
We finally have one where we've got that zone changing like a pendulum, going back and forth, to and fro to each team. that 64-point lead is probably going to be cleared by Eldrago. But look at Lulu right now on that brush, able to get 2 kills, although they are, I believe they were sodaed up. Maybe they're just coming back extra quick, coming back into the fray. I did see Soda get put down, so maybe they did not have it out then and there. We go Uprising, really taking advantage of this push that they're getting now. High Room up, able to get a splat there with that Rapid Blaster, but it has not stopped Uprising from really pushing up into Eldrago's backline. And look at that map control. Look at how much orange is on the screen, Inquiry.
A lot of orange, but Eldrago are pushing back. We have that Deepcaster taking the kill on the Splasher, taking the kill on the Crab. But Eldrago still have a lot of... I mean, never mind, Cast. I was saying they had a lot of troubles coming back. It seems like they do... it's such a weird position where teams are fighting back at each other and no one is really taking the advantage. Maybe for... Uprising is doing so for the moment.
Yeah, and here we have that Zipcaster coming in again. We've seen that Zipcaster just try and wait for Crab, really, and just try and go in and punish those Crab uses. But here we are, Eldrago really trying to put a stop to this, but all stacking up on that right side there. 2 of them go down, even with Soda up. They're not coming back too quickly. That brush there, trying to take control of one zone, just try and keep it on neutral as long as they can, but no, they go down. The 52 goes down as well. Uprising tie the set up in a nice little bow and make it 2 alts, which means Inquiry, after an incredibly close game 4, we are going to be going to game 5.
Finally, game 5. What we want to see in the tournament. And I think it's going to be an insane game 5 because we've had like one close game, but that went with like 2 pushes only. We had 2 steamrolls by Eldrago, and this time Uprising closing that game, and it was such a close one. They had control for most of it, but I mean, Eldrago put up a great fight to it.
Yeah, no, they put up an incredible fight indeed. Like, look at that. Even at the end of the game, you saw that Eldrago was able to get some points on the board. But like we saw, Uprising really just played around that stage so well. They just played beautifully in that map and were just able to use every single one of their advantages to just keep going and going. And like, they finally got that massive foothold and just kept the snowball rolling down the hill. And we're not going to waste any time trying to pick new weapons, trying to get back into the next game. We are going to be going straight into Robo Ramen Splat Zones for our game 5 right now, Inquiry.
Teams don't want to lose a single second. They're going right at it, right fighting. And we have the exact same comps. 52 Octobrush. It's going to be insanely important to have the snowball. Like, this game is all about momentum because it can be so easy to push people forward if you get like one wipeout. Nice kill by the Octobrush on Luca on the side of Uprising, but getting splatted right after. Still back to neutral position, but Eldrago have the upper side for the moment.
Yeah, they've got the upper hand, but here we see the Crab coming out once again. A little bit of an off angle here. We're seeing the 52 start trying to push it. Do they get punished for it? No, they do not, as we're able to pick up the Crab. We're also able to get a pick on the zone itself. The end zap now just trying to push after that brush that has just popped Killer well. Not getting too much off of that as well. Eldrago now, they could really just be like, okay, yeah, that was a very close set last time. We got steamrolled a little bit, but here we are. They've come back, and once again, we've already got to a point where they're at 30 ticks remaining with Uprising unable to get a touch on the zone.
They don't even have the tools to come back. Like, they have a Crab on the side of Uprising, but that's all. For the moment, the zone is very disputed at the moment, but as soon as the Crab is ended, Eldrago is able to take it back. 10 points left, 87-6, -3 for Eldrago. It's a wipeout, and Eldrago closes that set. Get that win and advances to win the semis.
What an ending to this set. We've seen steamrolls, we've seen close games, we've seen it all in this one set, but what ended it was just complete and utter domination with a 100-0, not even stopping for a single second. Eldrago taking this set 3-2 and moving to winners semis.
winning two winner semis. As we are closing that set, I believe it was your last set with us, Slap?
Yes, that is going to be my last set. I do have a little bit of an emergency at home. I do have to run off now after this set, but it was wonderful to be here. I enjoyed every single second here commentating the Golden Triton-Cup, and I'd do it again in a heartbeat, so I can't wait to come back for more of these. I really need to put my nose to the grindstone for commentary and come back for more. Inquiry, it was lovely commentating with you. Thank you so much for being a lovely commentary partner. And thank you to everyone here watching and every one of you that has typed !donate and has donated a little bit of money. And I really hope a little bit more of you can do that as well after I'm gone. But again, thank you to everybody watching. Thank you to everyone. And do not switch that dial because we're going to be coming back with so much more just after this.
Just before you go, Slap, I have a question. Where can we find you? On the
I almost forgot to say. You can find me with that little @ right there you see under my name. You don't see it there anymore, but you just did. It's at @M_R_Slap over on Twitter. You can also find me on Blue Sky at Jammerslap if you'd like. But yeah, thank you all again, and I'll see you all very soon. But you should stay here and continue watching the Golden Triton-Cup.
See you, and we'll catch you in a short while.
And welcome back to Triton Cup 100, the big 100. I'm so glad to be here early because Slap had to go high inquiry. There's been a lot of action going, but there's more to come. We are now entering the winners semifinals. A lot more action incoming.
A lot more action incoming, but I mean, it's still a very, very, very stacked tournament. Even for Triton Cup, we've seen a lot of teams fight a lot of like very, very good team falling early on the bracket. And as you said, we are seeing Foodies against Casablanca in the first winners semis with some pretty interesting maps because we're starting with Crab Lake Capital.
Yeah, Crab Lake Capital, very wide open map. That was chosen by Casablanca, Morocco, who I guess have trust their backliner Redrum, who is going to provide them with a lot. But on the other side, I think it's Clef that's handling the pencil. Both teams have a very, very good backliner, and on this map you have to pay attention to that. No, not Clef. It's
Yeah, you definitely have to pay attention to that backline. It's going to output a lot of paint if it's a pencil. Already going with the first kill on the side of those duelies here. Zone is going on the side of Foodies for the moment, and it's still going.
Yeah, very, very nice opening on the side of Foodies, who are going very strong. Casablanca already 2 players down. Again, the Crab Tank is struggling simply to establish some space for Casablanca, but Foodies are holding the line, holding control, and forcing Casablanca to wait a little bit more.
Forcing to wait, and I mean, it's still going. Like Foodies are just keeping control of that zone, completely stopping everyone trying to drop onto that mid. And with only 30 ticks left, they are in full control. They have some resources to stop any pushes. And Casablanca don't have any resources.
Oh, and with 3 more splats, that is a delayed wipe in favor of the Foodies, who win this game number 1 in incredibly strong fashion.
I'm kind of getting tired of those team roles because it's non-stopping, like non-close game. We only see almost instant KOs. That's pretty interesting to see.
Yeah, I mean, we have teams that go very, very fast. And even on the retake, when you go against a team like the Foodies, you're forced to take a lot of risks. And Foodies know how to punish that risk. Everybody is forced to go as fast as they can, and you're gonna make mistakes, you're gonna pay the price right there. Casablanca needed to find some control to establish themselves. That pick on Crab Lake Capital didn't work that well for them. Now we're going to go to Mahi Resort Inquiry.
I mean, I love that map. It's probably my favorite map, especially in zone. You have so much option. The gimmick of the map with the water dropping is also very interesting and enabling much more movement option that you have at the beginning of the game. So very, very cool to see. We'll see how it goes. And also a lot of like composition options are possible on Mahi.
Yeah. There's lots of different things that can work, and also one thing to note, it's a map that's very good for the Reef Slider. On the side of the Foodies, we have Prochara with the Dreadwinger. We know Prochara likes to use that. There's going to be Reef Sliding onto the zone whenever Casablanca take control over it. But let's stop talking and start watching the game that's about to start right now.
Let's get right into it. Let's see how everything lines up on the compositions. And as you said, yeah, we have Chara with that Dread Ringer, and it's a different comp, I think, on the side of Casablanca. That's rocking with that Decavitator and the S-Blast.
Yeah, different. I mean, if you're Casablanca, you want to adapt, you want to change what you're doing, and right now it's working for Casablanca. We managed to get a few splats. It's only the
It's 1v1.
holding the 1v1 between the two backlines. Everybody is coming back in there now. Oh, wait! The champs are being punished, and the foodies are holding the zone, Inquiry.
Foodies are holding the zone and keeping that momentum. The crab is out for Casablanca and then making a quick work out of those dualies. It's a -2 and it's very important because they can close the zone right now. Chara needs to survive to output that result, but it's getting cancelled.
I mean, penalty was applied for Casablanca. They get to breathe a little bit, but they still have to push Foodies away. Foodies are still getting in forward, getting into more fight and want to keep fighting around that zone.
Yeah, but as you said that, Casablanca took clear advantage of the zone, of whatever's happening on that map. They have the position, they have the resources to push, they still have a bubbler, they still have a booyah. The booyah is going out on the side of that S-Blast, and they're taking the lead.
Yep, the lead has been taken by Casablanca, who are holding very strong. They managed to set themselves up this time, and with the control, they're able to do a lot. The Cavitator is forced to move out because of a crab tank. Foodies are the ones who are forced to activate their specials very early and very far from the zone. Now they're running in and activating that Reef Slider to cap the zone instantly and apply some penalty.
Apply some penalty, and they have control though. They took like 2 or 3 kills, almost a delayed wipeout.
Yep.
And so Casablanca need to work very, very hard if they want to get back. We still have that S-Blast capable of menacing some positions. And look at Casablanca! They already took the zone back, but not the advantage.
Not the advantage indeed. Foodies are still holding control over the zone and pushing Casablanca away. Now can Casablanca throw their special? The crab tank by the Julius right here is going to shred the bubbler. Foodies able to really deny any push by Casablanca, but Casablanca is answering with the 2 players advantage. Pencil is forced away and Casablanca take back the control.
Take back the control. Let's see how it goes for the moment, because Foodies needed to jump right now. I mean, 2 minutes left. The game has been very disputed for the moment, and we still have a lot of Splatoon to be played. So let's see how it goes. Foodies took back that zone, got 2 kills, and are now in full control, and it's just going back and forth.
It's non-stop and 2 players down on the side of Casablanca. Foodies still going in, maintaining that pressure. The Stamper is going to be punished, but kept Casablanca in their spawn, fighting and dodging now. Casablanca don't have much time left. Both teams have deployed their crab. Everybody's painting the zone as fast as they can. This could decide the lead. This could decide the game right here as Foodies are holding the zone.
Holding the zone, and Casablanca don't have any players alive for the moment except for that Pencil. Forced to jump off. 6 ticks left, and it's going to be game 2 for Foodies, cementing the lead and offering themselves a match point.
Yeah, Casablanca really able to take the zone, hold it, and make some good points. But in the end, the Foodies just took it and kept it. Didn't let Casablanca really take things back, push them away from the zone once they were in control of that center of the map.
Yeah, very, very solid onto the ground. They kept that zone, and I mean, we've seen a fair amount of good pushes by Casablanca. They defended themselves very, very good on that game. But yeah, Foodies were a bit better on that one. They managed to keep that zone for longer and eventually go to the knockout. Yeah. But we're going to see a completely different game on that one, because we're going to very, very different map. Undertow Speedway.
Yeah, Undertow Speedway is a completely different dynamic. We had wide open maps. This is the map with the ledges, with the walls all around, and the double zone. That's going to change completely your dynamic of the game. Given the shape of the map, you can really hold control of mid. It's very, very narrow to pass through the middle of the map, and you really want to, if you want to hold both zones at the same time.
We'll see how it goes, because you also need to split up if you want to really see what's coming forward. Of course, one zone is easier to defend because that's the logical path for the teams to go from. But at the same time, they can still like kind of flank, even though it's not a real flank. You can still get some awkward position and some off angles.
Oh yeah, there's and the fact that there's all these walls, even if the map is narrow, you still have options to sneak your way through, to create some surprise, to get off angles. But you have to play off of these walls, off of these ledges, and we'll see which of these two teams is able to do just that. Of course, watch out for all the buckets and blasters that you're about to see here.
Let's watch out for this, and let's jump right back into game number 3. Match point for Foodies right there, sorry. They have a huge advantage. They have the upper hand in terms of mental, in terms of gameplays, etc.
Yeah.
And we see the same comps, honestly, and it's very interesting to see that teams both kept the same composition.
At this level, quite often it's not decided by the comp, and is very much decided by the players how to move together, move as fast as you can with the rest of your team. And what a moves by the Decapitator, absolutely punishing right here. Gets punished in the end, but getting a lot of room for Casablanca.
Ooh, Cleffa was not in a good position with that crab there, getting punished instantly. And for the moment, I mean, Casablanca are in great shape. They have the control. They got the first 50 points, first half of the game is done for them.
Yeah, very nice opening indeed. It's 2 versus 2 right now, and penalty was not applied. If Casablanca can respawn fast enough, they could maintain their lead. But as I say that, the Foodies respawn a tiny bit faster, punish the moves, and are able to take control, but not for long. Quite the answer by Casablanca. Penalty was applied, but now Casablanca has a lot of control in Korea.
A lot of control, a lot of options to keep their ground. We've seen that bubbler up to contest the zone. The crab is shredded almost instantly, so not much work outputted by that special. Bleaky, on the other hand, with that nice kill, the Zipcaster is up but getting cancelled by the Pencil.
Yeah, it's quite the moves right there. Casablanca looking to maintain their control. If they could take the zone back, they could get rid of penalties, score more points, but they lost 2 players, and the Foodies are pushing in, establishing themselves, reapplying penalty. Now it's their turn to hold in Korea.
Their turn to hold, and Casablanca are still going down. Players are still dying from time to time. And look at how far they are going into the spawn.
They're moving fast, they're moving in, but here's the answer by Casablanca, punishing the moves, able maybe to punish the jumps. What's happening? Everybody's fighting left and right. Meanwhile, Casablanca not able to keep the lead as the Foodies are maintaining their control.
Foodies maintaining the control, but they got almost wiped out, so it's time to go back to work for Casablanca. They managed to get the first kill on that stepper, the second on the Dreadringer. The crab is out for Casablanca, but they really need to take that zone and inflict that penalty if they want a game to continue for them.
Yeah, it's not over for Casablanca, taking back control. Now they need to fight again. Huge crab tank deployed by Clever Pig right here. But there's 2 players down onto Foodies. Casablanca are holding their own, holding the zones and the map.
They have control, but look at Foodies already there fighting back. They have the special. It's not even a zone taken by the Reef Slider. It got completely stopped.
And huge trade right here in favor of Casablanca. They have a few more players, as I say that. Foodies respawn, come back, keep control over the zone and clean up around. What moves Foodies right now, with 1 minute left on the clock, have the lead and the control.
Lead and control. 1 minute is all Casablanca had. If they want to come back, but Chara with the Ripside taking the -2, -3. Players are respawning, and with 45 seconds left, it's going to be hard for Casablanca to come back. But they have some options. They have the crab ready. Julies are going to pop that crab right now. But there's not much to it. It's not much.
There isn't much. They need to capture the zones. There isn't much points left to get for Foodies. Foodies still holding. They only need to recap one of the zones, and they will be to go to the finals. They do it, and that's a victory. 3-0 for the Foodies.
3-0 for the Foodies. What a breathe through that match. I mean, Casablanca, even though they got steamrolled on game 1, they managed to put up a hell of a fight in game 2 and 3. That was impressive.
Yeah, that was a great showing from Casablanca, adapting, trying things and finding things that work. But in the end, the Foodies, I mean, they're all seen number 1, and they're all seen number 1 for a reason. Incredibly fast, incredible game awareness, that push that they got going up there and maintaining the fight so far away from the zone, what was masterful.
Yeah, and that's one thing you can do on Undertale, because the map is so long and a bit narrow, so it's very easy to push the fight away from the zone. But with that, again, 3-0 from Foodies, advancing to winner finals. And it's going to be the end of my blog here. I'm going to let my place to Skep that will join Pat for the finals and for the losers bracket. It was a blast to commentate with you, Pat. It was a blast to commentate with Slap just before. Thank you, Joe Ryan, for the stream. It was really good, and I'm going to head off.
Yeah, before you go, can you plug yourself? Like, where can we find you?
It's just written on your screen. Honestly, type Incurie22 anywhere. You will find Pat trying to find me, but yeah, type Incurie22 anywhere. You'll find me, whether it is Twitter, Blue Sky, Twitch, you name it. See you in a while, and I'll let Pat and Skep just work with that.
Spoke too soon, apparently. We're not flipping the zone. Come on, guys, we're not flipping the zone. Formation a bit more control. Hydra just bowling and hello.
We're just gonna give more players power clams. That's exactly what's happening. So they got them all in. Oh my goodness.
We've had plenty of great Splatoon locals that took place in 2024, spanning all across the United States. Champions have been crowned from coast to coast, the Great Lakes, and the South. These winners, however, never had an opportunity to face each other. What if in 2025, we took this to the next level? Introducing the Splatoon LAN Championship Showdown, a tournament where the winners of our favorite locals can face off in an online 8-team double elimination tournament. The best part is, you have an opportunity to play. In the early months of 2025, 8 locals will act as qualifiers for the LAN Championship Showdown, including Big Dapple in New York City, New York.
The game!
Bouillabaisse in San Jose, California. Chai Shoals in Chicago, Illinois.
Pretty hard though. Yeah, it's like that.
Gatorland in Gainesville, Florida.
It's just, oh, it's a wipeout, and that might be 8 points.
H-Town Splashdown in Houston, Texas. New England in Boston, Massachusetts.
Oh, they fell off the.
Oh my god!
Sea Battle in Seattle, Washington.
It's a wipeout!
Sunset Surge in Arizona. Win at one of these locals, you get an automatic bid to participate in the LAN Championship Showdown in April 2025, streamed on Splatoon Tourney. Be on the lookout for advertisements from the local closest to you regarding their qualifier. Who will come out on top? Introducing the Splatoon LAN Championship Showdown, a tournament where the winners of our favorite locals can face off in an online 8-team double elimination tournament.
Kick down the clock, all 4 of them are alive.
2-1. That's it. But one behind the duelist. Can they get something too?
The best part is, you have an opportunity to play.
Oh! 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 That's all the marbles! Wait! Oh! Oh my god! Oh!
Oh, it's a lot of control. He might just get in here. They
Allowing them to take the lead.
Barely. You're gonna get blocked by the map.
You gotta go! You gotta go! No!
It's up to Red to recap the zone all on her own. And they get
Just
it.
like welcome back. Nobody's got down. The zip caster gets 2. He gets 2.
Who will come out on top? Introducing the Splatoon LAN Championship Showdown, a tournament where the winners of our favorite locals can face off in an online 8-team double elimination tournament.
And the Tri-Strike King too! With Kronos coming in and following up with the third, that is the wipeout going with 10 seconds left to go! Lead in.
And welcome back to Triton Cup 100. And I have a new co-caster. It's Skepidilans. Hi Skep, how are you doing?
I'm living on caffeine, dreams, good vibes, and mostly Splatoon. So I'm very excited to be here. I'm expecting a wacky set looking at both of these teams' map picks.
Yeah, we have a lot if coming. It's going to be Foodies. We just saw them in the previous set versus El Drago, who won the other semifinals. Foodies, top level players, mostly coming from NA. El Drago, there are Dapple Productions classics. We always see this player, so I'm very, very glad to see them come to this winners finals, Cap.
Now, believe it or not, we will be starting off on Scorched Zones. You might have not seen that very commonly in a tournament setting before, but it was picked by these teams for once, not by the TOs.
Yeah, I mean, it's Triton Cup. The maps are selected by the teams. You're not allowed to complain. We are, but you're not.
No, are you kidding? I'm so excited for this. I'm wondering legitimately why this was picked and what's going through their little rat brains, you know, as we head over here. Remember, this is Foodie's pick, so this is the map that they brought this comp here for a specific reason.
Yeah. And here's the thing, if as a team you have a plan for this kind of map, you have a huge advantage because the other team is not necessarily ready to play on it. Coordinating on this map takes a lot, and right now we have both teams trying to take control. They know that dropping into mid is pretty rough, so both backliners are staying back. Chara going in, that's the plan, I guess.
Yeah, the Reeve slide in to take that elbow. This is a map where the sightlines are broken off for Harshi on that pencil. So not a lot of a common map that you would expect to see a pencil on, but they are making up for that with that Dreadbringer AoE. And this crab out from Cleffa Pig is really going to allow Foodies to shut down El Drago behind that snipe.
Yeah, but El Drago are still in position to push. They're waiting for a bit more special and control before they drop. And here they come with an extra snipe from Devin 4K and an extra one with the Zipcaster. Now, this map takes a lot of time to paint, but El Drago didn't waste a second, Skep.
Yeah, that was a very fast recap, taking advantage of that clean pick from that E-leader player as well as the Mox on that Octobrush. Chara is going to slide in. That is going to give him and Liam an opportunity to start breaking into that zone, but not before Chara's forced to re-rotate, trying to take this fight with Mox on top mid.
And Mox is defending well. The Crab Tank is deployed right in the nick of time by Clef, but the Crab Tank is absolutely shredded, and both teams are back to painting mode. The zone is pretty much even. Whichever team paints gets the lead, and that's Foodies applying penalty and getting the control.
I will say something that I feel Foodies is taking advantage of in this map mode is those coolered super jumps, allowing them to rotate to both sides of the map, but they did go 2 down without that cooler. No doubt El Drago going to work their way in here and clean up mid.
Yeah, very nice control by El Drago, and they are going in. Yeti with the zap is dodging. Phoenix is forced away. Nice defense by Foodies holding their platform. It is so important to not let players come in, Skep.
They're doing that. They clean up the 2 in the elbow. That's 2 down. This is going to give them a chance to start working in, and they still have 2 specials to show for it that they didn't have to use on this retake. Chara sliding in that right side, but the leader looking right at him. He does manage to jump out. That's exactly what I'm talking about, as this that Zipcaster does come in.
Yeah, it is not over, but the Foodies don't have much penalty left. They're holding pretty well under that ledge. Getting the splat onto the zap is going to delay the next push by El Drago. El Drago right now have to concede the lead and wait for a better time to push in.
Now we see that those points are whittling down. Every second here is to Foodies' advantage on their own map pick, but we see Phoenix dropping in. They do manage to get the dualies on that right side. Chara alone with Harshi there actually on that right side, but that's a dangerous position for a pencil. Reef Slider does trade the pen out. The zone still in neutral, but Mox cleaning up this fight. We're in a 1v1 situation. Beautiful picks from Mox there, taking the zone. buying themselves a little more time.
The power of a brush running in and slapping everybody in the face. Our Drago, it's their turn to not have that much penalty left. It's been so back and forth on this map. Both of his teams are ready to get the lead back. Phoenix is fighting to the side, helped by Yeti, able to get 2 splats. And that's Foodie's in trouble right there. There isn't much time left, Scan.
Not at all, but they do have this crab. They're going to have to work some miracles with that, but the whale going to come out. Beautiful timing there from Phoenix to shut down Clef's crab there, but the zip cast out from Liam. If they're able to find any picks, it doesn't look like they're going to be able to. That is a lot of momentum gone out for these. I don't suspect that Eldrago is going to lose the zone here.
They do!
I take it back.
They do!
They
It's pretty
do!
close! Oh, and Shara going in is going to only get a trade thanks to that Reef Slider. Control is still contested between the 2 teams, but it looks like Foodies are kind of all around the zone and pushing Eldrago away, retaking the control with 30 seconds left in the game. Eldrago, all they need to do is retake the zone once and they could get this game.
Capitalizing off of the fact that Eldrago was rather clumped up behind that zone, but they need to do more than cap here. They have a penalty to clear. Getting this picks out from Mox is going to set them up a little bit, but they do lose Chara on that Dread Ringer. That's a lot of paint down, especially that non-linear paint that you get from that Dread. The cooler here, but look! Eldrago all grouped up on that right side of the map.
Still there!
As we head into overtime, 2 down, and with it, Foodies taking their map pick on Game 1, Scorch Zones.
They take their map pick, but they had to fight tooth and nail to get it. That was incredibly close. Both of his teams answering each other blow for blow. In the end, it was really that last scrap for the zone that benefited the Foodie. And as you said, the power of the Dreadwinger plus the pencil gave them so much paint.
It is just so much. Like a metric ton of paint. That's the system y'all use in France, right?
Metric? Yeah, thank you for using metric. Awesome. I appreciate it.
What surprised me there was how often I think we saw Eldrago was playing dominantly throughout that game, but the thing that I did notice was how uncomfortable they were with the physicality of the map. In the early game where they pulled the majority of their lead, you did see Mox playing their fall-off advantage with that Octobrush on top mid, but that was not something that you saw repeated throughout the rest of the game. You did see them clumping up, trying to take cover behind center mid, and ultimately I think Foodies playing the map better is what won them that game.
Yeah, in the end, they were able to go the distance, and on the side of Eldrago, they were kind of relying on these pop-offs, on their ability to get the splats, where Foodies were taking the positions a bit better. But now we're going on Brinewater Springs, and Devin 4K with the Elita is an absolute menace here. So there's very much a comeback opportunity for Eldrago, a much simpler map as well.
Yeah, but this map we did see was Eldrago's pick this time around. So here with paddling with both teams picking their maps, we want to go back and forth. Eldrago, the first team to cap that zone, and we already see Phoenix trying to take up a position at elbow. The less you can allow Harshy to set up here, or really either back line up on those snipe area, the more likely you are to be successful in a sustained push.
Yeah, sustaining that push is so important. The Foodies managed to apply penalty on the zone, but are forced away again. Zipcaster is punished. Foodies are already dropping onto the zone. It's going to be non-stop action, and with 2 players down, the Foodies are getting back in there, retaking.
Harshy very close to this cooler. This potentially going to allow their team to push up. Now you got to remember, Foodies has multiple tools here to break that elbow, but that crab with that Zipcaster to force the back line to move, and we do start to see those specials trickling out. Despite all of that, Eldrago putting up significant pressure in the zone, mostly off the backs of Phoenix and Yeti here, taking down the Dread, shortly after the sword on that left side, and this is looking to be a cap for Eldrago. If Cleffa doesn't clutch that up.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of trades right there. Foodies are keeping the few more squids on the ground, taking the lead and holding that control over the zone. Now they're trying to push onto that ramp as El Drago is already coming back into the game. Phoenix is behind everybody looking to get some attention.
Could potentially be a good charge. Felix looking towards that left side. The whale comes out, forcing Hershey to swim all the way back towards their own spawn. Foodie's here not having enough takedown on the zone, and that is a cap for El Drago. Again, Phoenix forcing those players back into that elbow where they can be controlled and all seen.
What a shot on the Zipcast by Devin 4K right here. And the Foodies are not able to really push. The Crab Tank was deployed a bit too fast, but El Drago only left with their Elita, forced to concede the zone, move back again, and Foodies keep the lead.
Yeah, this is a situation where you're burning your specials in order to re-entry as opposed to potentially lock out. Beautiful pick from 4K there, but very quickly we see Foodies going 2 down. Phoenix's Whale again forcing those players back into their elbow. This is what we see time and time again so far this set is Phoenix goes in, puts up a wall, members of El Drago feed, but can they do it sustainably and for long enough to actually clear their own penalty?
Yeah, it is pretty rough. Still the back and forth, still more capture of the zone. 2 versus 2 right now around the zone. El Drago able to recap, but it's only Phoenix trying to hold the zone and is instantly retaken by the Foodies, and Phoenix is forced away by the bucket.
Kara here very close to that reef slider, but knowing that 2 members of his team are down again with this whale forcing them back, you've got to deal with that 52 if you want to push your lead further. Hershey here popping that cooler, but for the first time in quite a hot minute, El Drago does manage to clear their penalty, and these points are theirs. With man advantage and dominant presence inside Foodie's elbow, they're going to need to burn those specials, but what do they got for after that?
Yeah, Liam managed to trade onto the zone. The rest of Foodies used the Zipcaster to push forward with it, getting back control. Now it's their turn to try to get the lead. Phoenix punishing the jump right here, surviving the Crab Tank as well. Beautiful moves, and still going in, pushing even more in, Skep.
There's something to be said about 52 being a quote easy weapon, but does Phoenix make it look easy, or is that just skill? I would argue the latter, a phenomenally skilled, repeated time and time again, knowing exactly where to swim to break in. And now again, El Drago dangerously close to clearing that penalty.
Yeah, with 30 seconds left, it's El Drago really holding well. 2 players down onto Foodies. El Drago only needs to hold for a few more seconds right here, as Foodies are trying desperately to get in the Zipcast, opening up the ground, but can they bait in time? They need to bait right now!
That's GG. 1-1 for Foodies versus El Drago here in our winners finals. Both teams having won their map picks, but what I was seeing there was just like a knife through butter from the 52 into that elbow. It rehearsed beautiful. Just the angle of the whale every single time. You want to know how to play 52? Look at that last game. I'm stunned.
It's these moves that by Phoenix constantly aware of where to be, or what fight to take, how to reposition, and constantly be in the right spot. The rest of the team playing around, and both teams had that high octane player to go in and take the fight. Liam with that Spartana Stamper zipcasting in. They got traded quite often in this Zipcast, but the rest of Foodies were able to get back in. Now, in the end, Phoenix did it better. Phoenix got the victory, and we are now 1-1.
And we're moving on to Mako Zones, a beloved map mode in our competitive Splatoon community. One selected by both teams, so you do love to see that. What do you expect to see here, Pat? My gears are turning.
Well, you said Mako, but it's actually Hagglefish, also a beloved classic.
I'm blind.
You are. But hey, it's a great map as well. It's a great map for the long-range chargers again, and for the crab tanks. I feel like for Foodies, it's going to be very, very nice. There are good reef slider angles as well, so like Foodies will always be able to jump back in, I feel.
Something I really enjoy about haggle zones is it really tests whether or not you as a team collectively want to play through mid or whether or not you want to play the sides. To a degree, both of those things are necessary. However, it's the proportion of which that you play those that determines a team's play style on this map. Looking at Foodies, I expect them to want to play those sides with that Splatana and with that the Splasher. With El Drago, I'm expecting them to play the center, more or less, because you have that 52 with that wall and a leader peering off of that tarp.
And right now, El Drago are front and center, pushing in, maintaining their control of the zone, riding the momentum they got in the last game. Right now, Chara able to punish one and go in the Rift Slider with the Zipcaster. Huge combo. Foodies taking completely over with a delayed wipe.
Get the crab on the tarp. The crab comes out. It's on the tarp. Oh, that's such a fatal position, but they do manage to cancel out that crab. That is huge for El Drago because a crab in that position could just simply buy so much time. El Drago having 4 members up and a delayed 2 down on Foodies as we start to see El Drago moving in with that cooler. They have the Wavebreaker to clear these sides, and it's just the pen. Beautiful coordinated play out there from Drago. Phenomenally clean retake.
Yeah, both of these teams have shown us how fast they are able to push together, and these fast coordinated movements is what makes Splatoon so beautiful. Right now, Foodies are regrouping, preparing the push. They have the Tacticooler, they have the Reef Slider ready. Here it comes. Oh! What a cancel!
Especially to get that Reef Slider out from that retake, it's going to buy them so much time. We're heading down to below 20 ticks remaining. Foodies does have that crab ready to go. They also have that slide. They're both going to come out at the same time. At this point, they just need to apply penalty, which they do. But now, with a wipeout in favor of Foodies, they need to take so much space and hold it. Gosh, 50 points in order to go.
Yeah, Foodies going in, but Clever Pig is already punished. The other player is too far behind. The Zipcaster is going to jump back and be splatted as well. 2 down onto Foodies. El Drago are going to push forward with a Tacticooler. That's an easy zone for them. Another pen. Oh, wait, Never mind. Not so easy as a zone. Foodies is able to respond so fast. They're so close to getting the lead, but El Drago.
The triple out from Phoenix to deny the sustain out there from Foodies. Had any of those players lived, Hershey was already set up to maintain that zone for 5 more ticks. Now we're in a 2-minute left situation with both teams realistically being relatively even, except for that giant penalty on the side of Foodies.
Yeah, it is not over, but 2 players down onto Foodies. Clever Pig is forced to dodge and jump away as El Drago are done with their penalty. Only a few more seconds. The Foodies are forced to use their special to cap.
I love the slide in to take advantage of the fact that that crab is drawing attention on that right side of the map. Foodies does manage to cap with a minute left in the game. They could potentially have enough time to lose this and then take it back in overtime, but still, the writing's on the wall. These are their moments here. They need to figure out how to deal with this Zipcaster that's going to come out from Mox to allow El Drago back in. The Wavebreaker at the same time. Now everybody knows where you are. They're managing to hold, but here we come with Phoenix and that wall and whale. It's giving brine water.
Yeah, and it's working for El Drago. They reapply penalties with 45 seconds left and 2 players down onto the Foodies. Yam is to the side with the Stamper, but El Drago don't mind. They put Tacticooler back and they punish everybody from jumping in. Huge moves by Yeti right here. Not able to get the pencil, but able to get the whole map skip.
Zapsa Slayer. Tell me I'm wrong.
It is.
Great picks out from Yeti, as you said. Now Foodies has one last chance, realistically, to set up a quality retake, but they're going to lose that Reef Slider, which has been their retake tool in the final moments of the game. The crab Cleffa goes down as well. This is reading like GG's for El Drago, taking with it, oh my gosh, game 3.
And that's a 2-1 for El Drago. Absolutely pushing, absolutely showing what they're able to do. I mean, these games are going so fast, and each team is answering each other. But in the end, twice in a row, El Drago adapted and came out on top.
Oh, particularly this final moment, or later on, when they managed to stall out all of those picks.
Yeah.
As each player got special, you could feel it like sand slipping through their fingers, like water just spilling at their feet. And at that point, you know what is there to do? This cancel is just insane.
This cancel's crazy. I mean, that's the power of a good eater. That's something a pencil cannot do. You need 2 shots. You don't have the time to do that. And El Drago
Something
right
pencil
here.
can't do?
Yeah, something pencil can do.
Now, I did want to take a moment to shout out Ingure, who donated €5.
Oh yes.
Thank you so much. Every dollar does count, and it makes a difference in the world.
Yeah, thank you very much, Inkuri. We love you. And now that's a match point for El Drago. Going into the next map, which is going to be, let me see, this time Barnacle and Dime.
A Barnacle.
Barnacle
Oh my
indeed.
gosh. That was El Drago's map pick as well. I like checking to see who picked what. So, Foodies did just lose on theirs. I will say, Foodies, you could see the intention. Like, the moment for me where it was like, yes, like they have a concept of how they want to play this map was with the crab coming out from Cleffa on that right side.
Yeah.
And then the slide coming in the zone. It's just such a combination of, like, what do you even do in that situation? You have to back from the crab so you can't paint over the reef slider. But here, man, the question is, you gotta lock out, right? It's a little bit different than Haggle, where you have to take your fights.
Yeah, fights are running differently on here. It's a very wide open map, but the Tatana Stamper is already down, and El Drago are pushing again.
And we see Cleffa trying to go in, trying to make sure that this snipe stays clear, so that way Hershey can get set up. They are going to deny Phoenix, what has been his motif the whole set. And they do get 2 down. Now it's Phoenix again on that elbow. It looks like 4K and Yeti are also there as well. If Foodies is able to clear this and hold it, that would be huge, but they do go 2 down in the process.
Yeah, I mean, El Drago are back in fighting position. Both of his teams around the zone, right there. Mox going with the long flank with the Zipcaster, creating the surprise, but not able to find that much. He's going to get flooded. As I say that, El Drago are keeping the zone and scoring good points, Kev.
I think we overlooked something. Foodies is running a double cooler comp with Chara on a zap.
Yeah.
Not to overlook that, that does mean that they don't have an additional retake special. The Reef Slider, is such a useful tool to forcibly cap that zone and buy yourselves penalty, which is kind of what Foodies needs right now as we speak. We do see that that cooler is out, but they lose the crab before it could even get that special ball thereafter by the zip. That means that we're going to be heading towards the KO. That's it. That's GG.
It's GG. El Drago are going to go into grand finals of this Triton-Cup 100.
That last game was gone in the blink of an eye. 1 second, 40 ticks left. Oh, look, we forgot the zap. Next second, it's KO. Pat, what just happened?
I think, as you said, Foodies brought the double tacticular. And their deal was to be able to respawn faster, but El Drago took them by surprise and managed to push them back into their spawn. And from then, if you're in the spawn, it doesn't matter that you're alive. What matters is that you have pushing specials, and with only a Zipcaster and a crab tank.
I agree.
It's hard to go in. It's very, very hard to go in on this map.
Yeah, this map is characterized, in my opinion, by dislocation specials. You want to be able to force your opponents off of their snipe, and you want like AoE and something that just forces your way into an area. These players are 10 times more talented than I am. That being said, my team runs double cooler, and it was something that we found was significantly less effective on zones. Especially on maps like Barnacle, where you really want your strikes, you want your booyah, you want the crab, and let's face it, Zip is not a dislocation special.
Yeah, it's a risk-taking special. It's a risky special. But now, Skep, loser semifinals is waiting for us. We're going to take a very, very short break, and we're going to watch one more game.
Hello! Welcome back to the Golden Triton-Cup. Are you mocking me?
No, I love it.
My My name is Skip, and I'm here with Pat. I'm mocking
Glad
you.
to be here.
How are you, Pat? Are you ready?
I am so ready to watch these two wonderful teams go against each other. It's going to be Casablanca, Morocco against Camden. Camden, a team that has been on the rise this past 6 months now. They've been here. They've been doing the work. Casablanca, also a team that's been grinding this past month or so, I'd say, into EU tournaments. And I'm glad to see these two teams face each other because it's going to be a great set. But Skep, we are on the lower bracket, which means it's a best of 3, which means it's going to be every game so important and hard fought.
Which, in the words of the legendary Mr. Gunn, it means that your back is against the wall.
Mm-hmm.
All right, here we go. Are we on
Yep.
scorched zones again?
We are.
How does this keep happening? What is in the
It's-
water over there?
It's like every other team's ghost pick, where every other team thinks, I'm the only team that has practiced this.
So they're bringing it out of their pocket. We got a lot of AoE on the side of Camden, especially compared to the last set that we were seeing. They do lose that bucket pretty early, but that is going to suggest that Casablanca is going to be able to cap. But Punchy, the first player to have a special out and about, so it's just Red Rum alone on that right side on that pencil, being run down by possibly 3-4 different angles, and they're going to take out Fishy with it too, forcing that jump out. Camden, the first team to lock and hold.
Yeah, very nice control right there with their pencil on top mid. Maron is going to activate that crab tank to counter and try to push Camden away, try to establish some ground for Casablanca, but the zone stays yellow for now. Casablanca still not able to apply a penalty as they're trying to get in. It takes so much to paint this zone.
We do see Mickey here on that left side getting really dangerously close to that strikes, and we do see that the members of Casablanca are rather grouped up. Again, it's just Red Rum, but this time having learned their lesson and jumping out, but Fishy also learning their lesson, but not for long, being taken out eventually by Mitsuba.
Yeah, the fight is still going, but the zone is still yellow. Casablanca again in a position to push now with the Booyah Bomb. Can they get onto the zone? Can they paint enough? They apply the penalty finally and are looking to stay there. But now the crab tank from Punchy means Camden is back.
Yeah, very quickly. It doesn't matter if you lose the zone, as long as you cap it again quickly enough. But realistically, only 3 members of Camden left standing, and look how tight that clumping is. They're all right on top of each other, and that's going to leave Mountain alone, completely surrounded. Frankly, I don't know how they're still alive. What is happening over there?
Dancing around, they got finally splattered as Camden is taking back control over the zone, pushing the pencil back into spawn. Penalty is applied, and that's the lead kept if you are Camden, and it's on Casablanca to prepare another push.
We do see Bakke here looking towards that right side. We know that the members of Casablanca are going to have to drop eventually. Beautiful crab pick, that one burst from Punchy in order to get the dualies. We do, oh my gosh, the blaster getting picked on top mid. It's just Red Rum behind that snipe again. We see that the dualies are going to drop towards that right side. There's a bubbler there in the zone going to be able to give a jump to Fishy, but Punchy trading that out. Camden getting to below 25 ticks, or 27.
Yeah, incredible moves by Camden. Mickey painting around with that bucket, getting every fight around the zone. That is back into yellow. No penalty for Camden. It's a last chance, last push for Casablanca if they want to stay in this game, Skep.
That crab is going to come out very quickly, but not, unfortunately, not before they do get picked. Fishy getting rushed down in their own bubble, and Camden able to maintain control of the zone. They need jumps, and they need them now. GG's to Camden, shutting that down just one pick at a time.
I mean, Camden picked the map. It's a weird map. They won. That's the power of an established team practicing the weird maps.
They really do practice these, huh?
They have to. They have to.
Oh man, certain zones only tournaments here and North America decided to run Gorge. I think it would be over for those TOs. But they choose it here. They want it
Yeah.
in the EU. They want the weird.
They chose these maps, they get to play on it, and they're not allowed to complain.
They said, give me your Ohio, and your Ohio is Gorge zones. I can't believe I just said that.
Yeah. Well, it's not over. There's still 2 more maps to go. We're in a best of 3. Casablanca now cannot make another mistake. Going into the next map, they get to choose this one. It's going to be Undertow Spillway. A very different map, very different dynamic. These 2 maps, but the 2 maps combined are half the size of the huge map that we had on Scourge Gorge.
I'm thinking about Slosher S-Blast on this map.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to fight that on this map. The zones are tiny. A single strike can cap them, and then you have an S-Blast. I don't want to fight that. I don't have to fight that. They do.
They do have to fight that. No change in comp on either side, actually. Both teams bringing back the same things. And Casablanca needing to make it work. They have that Min Decavitator. It's still, I think, an incredible weapon that can do everything. And it's going to be very dependent on Fishy. Can Fishy get in and put that bubbler?
Yeah, that's a lot of that is reliant on your teammates too on Decav, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's an incredible kiting weapon. You have a wonderful suction bomb, and that bubble, especially in the previous meta, can hold so much space, but it requires your teammates to be with you, and we did see them there trying to push in together, but again, with those strikes on this tiny claustrophobic map where you get stuck in a little corner and you're just dead.
Yeah, and right now Bakke trying to establish the whole team in position, but Booyah Bomb getting 2 players down right now. Very, very nice push by Casablanca, who are able to get in, but Kandan answering with a Crab Tank Punchy, repainting the zone right away, not letting themselves phase. Kandan are answering blow for blow and are back in the exact same position.
Yeah, nearly having cleared their penalty too, but Casablanca having those 2 specials online. The Crab going to force the Pens back, and that's going to allow Fishy to get set up with that bubble. And look how far Kandan is having to back up. How quickly the majority of that map is that beautiful blue paint, but they're not. They finally are able to cap with just the pencil left standing on the side of Kandan. This could potentially, depending on how quick we get these jumps in, be a pretty good setup for them here.
A team pushes, loses 2 players, gets pushed, gets 2 player, and we are going back and forth. Kandan are moving back forward, moving in. Very nice trade by the blaster right there. Punchy dancing around, getting a few more splats. Kandan not able to get the zone there. Yes, they are, but they're already pushed back.
Oh, I don't know what's going to happen. All I know is people are going to go down. The zone is going to be flipped for 0.2 seconds, and we are 2.5 minutes into this game with neither team having scored more than 40 points. I'm a little frazzled here, Pat. I don't know what to expect.
It's a team deathmatch right now. They're too busy splatting each other. Bakke is alone on the zone, getting the jumps onto the tactical. All of Kandan is able to come back in time, and they're making good points right now. Casablanca needs to get those blocks. They get that.
Beautiful. That's not easy. That's not as easy as it is on Decab as it is on Stamper.
Yeah.
Beautiful pick out there from Fishy. And we can see Casablanca now having finally cleared those penalty points, flipping the Uno reverse there on Kandan. And this Crab trying to shut down that pen on that top right. Does get the pick, but here comes the Uno reverse again out from Punchy, going to try and apply some penalty points and maintain their lead.
Every move gets an answer right now. 2 down onto Kandan. Forced to fight back. Punchy is surrounded, is going to be splatted, and Casablanca is back in control. They don't have that much penalty skip because it's been so back and forth.
Yeah, here we go. The bubble comes out, but can the bubble hold its own? The bubble can't. She's trying there desperately to try and keep people from running out that zone and extending that penalty. It does look like Casablanca is able to clear that, but with the members of Camden right there, 2 down, this could be the moment. This could be the moment that Casablanca pulls lead. They have 4 players up and left standing. They get a red rum on, get that pick on, gosh, the pencil.
And they get past 50 points. They get past 50 points as we enter the last minute of the game. Right there, Casablanca trying to run away with it. 2 players down into Camden. Casablanca, incredibly strong. Camden needs to push right now. They don't have much time left.
It's do or die. These strikes coming out, going to be able to flip that zone. And there is that one player up on that top left, but they need to get paid down on the zone. They need to throw their bodies forward, but it's just the pen again. Baka left alone, not able to cap. GG's, but we, the viewers, are blessed because now we are 1-1.
It took us 4 minutes to see a team get past 50. And then they get a KO in the last minute. It's as if Casablanca unlocked the secret code, found the way to put themselves in front of the 2 zones and stay there. Both teams were trying to do that the whole game and denying that the whole game. Casablanca was the team to break the dam, to break in and force their way there.
Just like you get an Uno reverse, no, you get an Uno reverse, no, you, and it's just back and forth. My mind is like that. The first like 2 minutes of that game, I was like, who popped what, where? Because it's the same. What is happening? Crab after crab, pen for pen. Gosh.
Whatever team was pushing was losing an extra player during that push and was forced to move back right after, but able to throw an extra bomb to the side and get an extra pick when the other team is pushing. It was non-stop action. Casablanca able to get it though, able to absolutely lock the last minute of the game. Going into the last one, we are 1-1. It's a single game to decide it all. And what map are we going to? It's going to be Crab Leg Capital.
1-1, right? Whoever takes this game at least gets podium, and everybody wants more than that. A Triton-Cup 100, you know?
Yep. There's a lot on the line. What?
I'm ready. Here, wait.
There's no cooler for Camden.
Oh,
they want the leader, they don't have cooler, they need to stay alive, and that's what they're doing right now. They get the control of the zone right away. Now, as long as they can keep Bake with that leader in position, they're going to make a lot of points, Gab.
Yeah, that is exactly what I'm thinking, is who needs cooler if your backline is constantly alive, you know? You jump in, you get your picks, or you don't, you play for your special. We do see, unfortunately, we did lose Bake in that last exchange, but it does look like Camden is going to be able to maintain control. Mickey pushing up that left side, trying to get those picks, does manage to do so. They're so close to those strikes. Oh gosh, getting dropped on by Aura. Plus 5,000 Aura points.
Yeah, the Booyah Bomb not able to even neutralize the zone. Camden staying in control right there, and with 2 players down onto Casablanca. Casablanca are going to need that crab tank to do wonders. They lost their they lost 2 players.
Wait, this could be it. This could be GG's. There's only 2 members left standing on the side of Casablanca, and they're both being run down by the S-Blast, trying to get the crab block, but it's not enough. GG's. Camden win a 100-0 push there, taking game 3 with a knockout.
We had such a back and forth game that went the distance, and now Camden decided, actually let's just stop dying. If we stop dying, we don't need a tacticaler, we have extra range and extra special, that's perfect. And they did just that.
Beautiful. And this is Mickey here on the left side. I'm so sorry, bro. Every single time I correct myself. Oh, man. And then this Booyah, I said plus 5,000 Aura points. I think it's, plus 5.
+5 for effort. It didn't count. But
Yeah.
the attempts for the crab bonk,
Painful.
they went for it. They really did.
Yeah.
You
that's going
love to
be-
see it.
That's going to be the end of the tournament for for Casablanca right there. Camden, keep playing, and so do we. We're going to watch more. It's going to be time for our podium. Our top 3 will be right back with the lower bracket finals.
Whoops.
And welcome
the rest
back.
ate my brain.
Well, we're going to reset that game because we have a second stream, a stream that is in French, run by our wonderful friends at Esports Bros TV. And they put the Esports Bros TV streamer on one of the teams. So we're going to reset this lobby right there. A reminder, this is Triton-Cup 100. We are raising money for Les Restos du Cœur, a wonderful French NGO that brings food and so many other services for the people that need it the most. Thank you so much for you if you want to donate. But yeah, we're going to remake the lobby right this time. I see people pressing A all around. And yeah, we're gonna get ready now.
I'm ready for our losers finals match again. I think we're. Oh wait, no, I still have the previous set open. I was gonna say we're starting on crab leg. We are not starting on crab leg. Oh my gosh, I'm so ready. We are starting on crab leg.
We are starting on crab leg.
Whoa! I just got bamboozled again. Did you know you brought this up? Today's National Rat Day or Federal like Global Rat Day, World Rat Day. All right.
Yeah.
The rats.
World Rat Day.
Ate
it's
my
the
brain.
day for the pet rats. Very smart animal, and also a strategy in Splatoon.
Yeah, sploosh, 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 sploosh.
I don't think we're gonna see much sploosh.
Oh, darn.
It's the top 3 of a Triton-Cup 100. There's a special unique badge to get. You're not gonna see a sploosh.
You gotta get your Spendo tokens, you know?
Yeah.
Alright, well here we go. We're going in for real this time. We see a very early strikes. Were there strikes coming out? I thought there were strikes popped on the blue side of the map here for Condon. Condon does get 3 members down, being the first team to cap. Gosh, it was like everything happened and nothing happened at the same time, Pat. Just clean picks all around.
Yeah, very nice opening right there, and a huge pick by the Stamper. Foodies running in with the crab tank, able to push everybody away and taking control over that zone. But that's people fighting all around. A pick on Bake is going to slow down things from Camden. Though Camden this time they brought a tactical.
We do see that we have this Slusher underneath that left side trying to shut down Aphrodite, and Punchy going to be able to give a jump to Moker. That is another weapon that you want to be careful about having underneath those ledges. Clever Pig going to jump out as these strikes and Booyah do come right out for that zone, but you gotta remember, Chara has that Reef Slider gonna get killed again! Can Baka chill!
It's a good day for the Eliters against the Reef Sliders, and Camden are going back onto the zone, repainting. Punchy dancing around, forced to move away. Mocho with that Stamper is able to get one, almost getting the splat onto Mickey as well, as the Foodies are regrouping and preparing the next push.
And we do see Condon with Mickey having these strikes trying to back up, but knowing that there's another member of Foodies right above their head. Now we have Chara all the way up in Condon's spawn with that Reef Slider. At this point, it's just about stalling time on the clock, go down or not. 3v3 situation with trades benefiting the team in control of the zone. Moker here underneath this very narrow ledge that's so advantageous for Sword. Finally going down. Cleffa Pig jumping in one by one. The members of Foodies stalling on Candid spawn long enough to clear penalty. The fight now for the zone.
Camden on the zone right in time as Foodie are extending their lead, but they lose 2 players. It looks like the penalty is going to be applied again. Clever Pig kind of forced to dance with the Julies is going to be picked as Foodies. Wait, can that retake?
They did. They did retake after Foodies did score an additional 10 points, but now Camden potentially setting themselves up for a lockout here with those strikes coming out, trying to get a pick so that way they can maintain control. Harshi narrowly, oh my gosh, having the courage to avoid those strikes as 3 members of Camden are taken down by Foodies. Cleffa Pig versus Punchy and Aphrodite with Harshi in between. Mocha jumping in, cleaning up Punchy. Beautiful, and at long last, that retake, and still with this Reef Slider online, I wonder where we're going with that. Top right, maybe potentially a repeat of history. We'll see.
We will see. Here comes the Booyah Bomb from Camden, who are pushing in again. They have the players to go around the zone, and they're pushing their way in with the strikes. Able to paint the zone, but not able to apply penalty yet. Foodies still holding it with 2 players down, and not much penalty. The Foodies could very well take that game, Skep.
Yeah, we're hitting down. We have this Reef Slider in order to deny any sort of overtime push. 2 members down with it making a seal for Foodies to take game 1. Frankly, rather cleanly. I was so floored by, you know, they say going in alone is feeding, going in with a teammate is pushing.
Yeah.
Foodies there taking those 1v1s with Chara going in, and then Moker going in, and then Cleffa Pig going in, all while Harshi is just sitting there looking pretty, giving jumps. Just a phenomenal display of how to play the clock.
Yeah, they were playing really their advantage, because if one of these players wins the fight, they get the KO right here, right there. Otherwise, they're only delaying the clock, making a few more points, and then they move back and they'll have to have another push. That was really nice moves by them. And what I really loved was that crab tank by Cleffa Pig that we just see right here. That was so close to activate here. Perfect crab tank to hold the map.
Yeah, and just beautiful. You saw the moments where the members of Foodies played separately to just take attention, and then you saw the moments where they played together to clean something up. I was so floored. Wow. Crab leg.
Yeah.
I like that one.
Well, there is more to come, Skep, because we are now going on to Hagglefish Market, I believe, for more action. It's a kind of a similar map with the good charger angles, the good reef slider ways in. So we're likely to see about the same comps, the same strategy from these 2 teams.
Yeah, and remember the crab on the bottom right, and then the slide in from center. Foodies, they know how to play their specials on this map. We saw it before. The difference was in their last set, just taken out one by one as they got those specials. Can they have the object permanence in mind to be like, that's the wrong word. To remember to live when they have those specials.
It demands a lot, but let's get right in game number 2. This time the pick is from the Foodies, who are going to play on Hagglefish zones.
And here we go. You got the same comps coming out on both sides. Punchy, incredibly quick with those crabs.
Yeah.
With that special charge on their headgear. I wouldn't be surprised to see them have one in under 12 seconds. Oh! Here we go.
Here it goes. Yep, 12 seconds. Hold it.
We're online. And it doesn't look like Camden's able to cap the zone off of that, but they do manage to get the pick on Harshi. Remember, that's their cooler going down. Do trade at the S-Blast for the pen, but I'd say that's a valuable trade.
Yeah, teams are still fighting around the zone, trying to get the advantage. Here comes the strikes by Mickey, able to take a lot of control right there. Very nice. Direct by the S-Blast. That is Camden taking control over the map, forcing Foodies out of there.
And we have, again, this Reef Slider out on this top left side. We also know that we have that Crab online. This is the beautiful synergistic combination that you want to see come out anywhere in the direction of their opponents. Cleffa Pig popping that on that top right, going to generate some crossfire here for Mocha to start working their way through that zone. They do manage to get the pick on Mickey, and with it, clean retake out from Foodies. Got your Crab on right, you got your sword on left, and you shake them all together, and that's how you get the zone.
Yeah, very nice coordination by the team. They're now ahead of the zone, but it's Camden's turn to activate all of their specials, try to push in the Booyah Bomb, and the strikes were not able to cap, and Foodies takes back. They punish 2 players, but 2 support, and now Camden are in a rough spot. Foodies about to take the lead, Skeff.
And yeah, there we go. They did use a lot of their specials there. Punchy very quickly, again, getting that crab very quickly. But Pig doing their best to try and shut that down, and they're able to maintain control of the zone. Punchy does drop, does hit big, and 2 members come out on the side of Foodies. It does look like those strikes are going to be enough to cap the zone to apply a penalty and keep them in the game.
Yeah, but the strikes were used to cap the zone. All of Foodies are right behind that zone, ready to retake. They activate Zip. Everybody's going in, big fight. Mocha dancing around, Fancy Punchy out of the crab. And Foodies are holding that zone and getting more, almost more.
And here we go with that Reef Slider again. 3 members down. You know you're close to that crab. You want to get that thing set up on Hut. This time, are they going to get canceled? Is it like the last set? Are we repeating? We got the crab with the booyah. Thankfully, we do see the crab lives another day. Enough to get that set up a little bit further back.
It falls the booyah, and now it's deployed in another incredibly strong spot. Mocha going in with the stamper. He's punished by Punchy right on time. Just 9 ticks left on the zone. Foodies still painting around, still going in, and that's... Whoa!
Oh, man! My life flashed before my eyes, but Pig drops left, not painting the zone. It's like, you gotta go, so you got 3 ticks, go, go, go. And in the zone, eking closer to purple on the HUD. Oh man, I was scared there, Pat.
Both of these teams look at each other, like stare at each other completely until one team blinks, and during that blink, the other team has run forward, taken 2 picks, and are painting the zone already. But Camden blinked one more time than Foodies did. And that was the difference here. That was Foodies running in one more time and getting that extra huge push in the blink of an eye.
Man, if they hear you, Pat, they're gonna start taping their eyelids open. I don't think you want that. I don't think you can look at yourself like that.
That is not a good idea.
you need to blink. But if I blink, I lose. The staring contest.
That's a metaphor. That's a metaphor.
Not to everybody, Pat. All right, I'll leave. Bye. Goodbye. Oh man, here we go. Match point, set point. Foodies, you know, they take this, they go rematch El Drago back in grand finals. I'm sure that's what they want. That was a close set.
Yeah, they want that rematch, but Camden were able to threaten the Foodies in these 2 games. Now they need to do more than threaten. They need to do more than that. And we're going to a map that both of these teams have chosen, Skip.
Again.
Both of these teams want to fight on Scorch Gorge.
I can look at the EU players and be like, what's going on over there? But then I look at my NA homies and I'm like, you two? What is going on over here? Man.
You pick the map because you think you're gonna have an edge on it. And here comes the edge from Chara, getting us flat and jumping away. What is this move?
That is exactly how he opened last time.
Yeah, I mean, Foodies are still holding, still doing strong and doing exactly what they need to do.
And especially when you got Mocha set up underneath that ledge, that makes it so hard to drop. And Pig with this incredibly aggressive flat crab. Can they deal with Punchy? Punchy forced to skirt towards that left side thanks to those cheeky little suction bombs. As Foodies gets below 30, we are heading towards a KO, Pat. This is dangerous.
Foodies are riding that momentum. The first 2 games were so close, but right now the Foodies are holding that zone. Camden is forced to paint. The Booyah Bomb is coming in. Chara running in with the Reef Slider, not able to get the splat, but still jumping away thanks to the cooler. And Foodies takes the zone again.
I'm just so floored. They're about to KO this here. Aphrodite gets the pick on 1. Are they able to clutch this out? We see them going in for this 1v1 versus Pig. The zone barely in neutral. Camden needs a speck more of paint as these strikes come out and potentially save their set. Aphrodite jumping in as Foodies does recap, but now they have a little bit more time.
A little bit more time, but they used all of their resources just to stay in this game, just to stay in this tournament, Skep. And now Foodies are holding the zone again. Punchy is forced out to save the Crab Tank for another push. And the penalty is ticking. There's one more push left for Camden, and they lost their blaster already.
Yeah, and here we go, heading towards that KO again, but 2 members down on the side of Foodies means that Cannon is going to be able to work their way into the zone, and they're going to be able to cap, and whether or not is how long they're going to be able to set themselves up for a lockout. Foodies are giving jumps behind that sniper. We do see those special counts going up, but also you gotta remember, Punchy eats crabs for breakfast. It is a matter of seconds before we find ourselves equal in the special economy.
Yeah, and it is non-stop. Foodies were able to reapply penalty and get a few splat. Aphrodite, the last on the zone, is forced to dance, is forced to jump, gets punished by Mocher. Mocher instantly activating the Zipcaster to get in some more, as Clever Pig is going to be punished as well. 2 players down. Foodies not able to hold the zone that much. I guess Camden are back onto the zone.
Oh, look at these jumps. Look at this cooler. The cooler's online. They are set up so well for this next push. But beautiful pick from Punchy there, helping their teammate out, getting that pick on Chara. But Chara does have that Reef Slider online, fresh out of spawn. They do manage to get the pick on the Slosher. That's no strikes for Kennen to be able to hold. And we see that that is a cap for Foodies. It is still so even here in the zone, especially when you get that pick on Harshi.
Yeah, and it's like Camden found out how to fight the Foodies, and right now both teams are answering blow for blow, but Camden have such a huge deficit to come back from. 2 down onto the Foodies, but they need to paint the zone right now. There isn't much left, and this zone is so hard to paint. Just a few more takes 3 more points, and the Foodies are not able to take it. Camden still applying penalty, but there isn't that much penalty with 1 minute left.
Oh man, that's nothing at all, and you have this Reef Slider ready to go. It's looking towards that top right side. Aphrodite bringing that Booyah to the table, and that is going to force Harshi right on back. Oh, beautiful, potentially game-saving pick on that crab from Punchy as we start looking towards a situation where potentially Candid's capping the zone. But with that pick on the S-Blast, that is a lot of pressure lost from those crates. We're 10 ticks away from them KOing this game. 20 seconds from it being over. Zone nowhere near neutral. And that's GG!
And then they fought incredibly hard, and they fought till the last second. But, I mean, Foodie is just on a different level, that set, able to pull through each time, able to get the advantage and get the extra splat, the extra fight, and the extra fist bump to seal the deal.
This opening with the ending with the Reef Slider, I'm going across the grades with the Reef Slider. Something I particularly admire about Chara's play during these past few sets that we don't see often is I'm popping my special and I am dipping. That's the Reef Slider, the force shoot back, and jumping consistently. Watch him do it. It's fantastic.
And these Reef Sliders, like, usually when you see a normal player Reef Slide, it feels like a panic mood. It feels like whatever's going to happen after the Reef Slide is left to chance. When Chara is doing it, it feels calm. It feels absolutely calculated. Chara, before activating the Reef Slider, knows exactly what's going to happen from it. And it pays. I mean, that opening from Foodies gave them the game. Camden was trying to play catch-up the whole game. It did not work.
No, I really admire. You can see how ironed their flowcharts are. They know where their crabs are strong. They know where their Reef Sliders are strong. And you saw that too. That's not a knock on Camden. Yes. Fabulous plays across the board, particularly those first 2 games. You saw it with Punchy's crabs too. Does even the Zipcasters on the side of Foodies with Mocher on that Stamper were intentional, and just the way it provided crossfire consistently between the specials, between their main weapons. Just massive respect across the board. But can they do it well enough to defeat El Drago, who took them out last time?
Well, Skep, we're about to know. We are about to know. We'll take a short break as we prepare the lobby. And we'll be back with our grand finals to decide who is the Triton Cup 100 champion. And welcome back to the grand finals of this 100th Triton Cup. I am Pat here, still with Skepidillions, ready to watch this final game between two awesome teams. It's going to be El Drago on the winner's side. They won 3-1. Again, our second team, the Foodies, but the Foodies are coming back faster, stronger than they ever were, Skep.
I think they're feeling nice and warm, nice and ready to go. There's something to be said about sitting on your hands for your opponents to finish their side of loser's bracket. Even the best of us can grow a little cold during that time. But let's see how much steam that Foodies were able to pick up.
I mean, they need to adapt, they need to change a little bit because El Drago went in so hard the last time. Now, we're gonna see how these two teams are able to do, starting on a map that both of these teams have chosen, Skep. It's Mincemeat Metalworks.
I'm so excited for this. I love mincemeat. I know I'm like 1 in 3, but apparently everybody else that likes mincemeat is on both of these teams. And this is kind of hype. I'm happy about this. Y'all did good.
Yeah, and here we go with the game. I mean, Mox reopening with that Octobrush is going to be so interesting to me because that's a Zipcaster, but a Zipcaster that can bait, that can go to the side and plays so differently than what we usually from a Stamper.
And we do see that it is El Drago that is the first to cap the zone. And we gotta remember, reset our brains to Phoenix pushing through those walls, but Phoenix doesn't get anybody. Yep. Gamer is running opening Gambit and now has to jump in and trade immediately. And that's likely not something that they're going to be able to do, so that's a third of their gear gone right here in our opening. Foodies looking to set a different stage than they were the last time they met El Drago.
Yeah, but they already lost their pencil as El Drago is preparing their next push. Both teams have lost their backline now, notice. And Foodies holding the zone as much as they can, preparing their specials to deny the way in. But El Drago running forward, painting the zone, not applying penalty yet. Oh, it looks like Foodies are holding it.
Yeah, and they still have this reset. Jump, 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 jump. Yeah! Let's go! Chara sliding in, jumping out. Something that we've been seeing a lot today. And I expect to see a lot more here, Pat.
Yeah, I mean, it's been working pretty well for the Foodies. El Drago, though, able to get back in there, able to get back onto the zone, apply penalty, and take control now. Can they push in front of the zone? It doesn't look like they're able to really push the Foodies out yet.
And now here we have the Octobrush working their way back towards the site. They do manage to get the pick on Mocha on that Stamper, followed by Cleffa Pig. So this is El Drago's opportunity to start working their way forward. They have that cooler out from Argo. It is going to come out, but not before Chara's Reef Slider. Octobrush working their way towards their left side. Mox trying to get the pick, does manage to do so, but now everybody knows that they're over there, and that's not something you really want as an Octobrush.
Yeah, it is non-stop fight, but now El Drago are in very nice position, especially with that wall in front of the grates. They were able to really keep the Foodies back. Now Cleffa Pig activating the Crab Tank, trying to get onto the zone. Forced to move a little bit because of the bombs. El Drago holding that zone. Can they get the lead? It looks like Foodies will say no.
Yeah, the difference between this push and the last push is you can see how little crossfire each of those players had when working their way in. Excuse me, with those specials. That has something that has been a hallmark of their play all day. And here we go with 2 down. Phoenix all the way in their spawn. It's giving brine water.
Phoenix getting in there, pushing so far, is going to be punished, but that was such pressure by El Drago, and it's not over. They're still maintaining their presence, no more penalty, and they have the map on lock. 2 players down on Foodies, Gap.
Yeah, and you know, he goes down, he jumps back in. You know, you still have to deal with that 52 in your spawn. You do have those 2 specials online, but you got to remember that crossfire. Are they going to be able to get enough players in order to be able to play off of each other? They do manage to cap. We see Chara turning, does manage to get the pick on Yeti. Phoenix is down from that plat, but Mox is still up there. The whole team turns up to deal with Mox. Phoenix going down on the jump. Now is Foodie's first real opportunity to get set up here since they got that massive lead.
Yeah, great objective awareness by the Foodies right now, who are pushing in very strong, forcing Eldrago to defend this time as the Foodies are taking back control over the zone. The zone is contested. We are starting to be at the last minute of the game, Skep, and Eldrago is counter-pushing, retaking that zone and going in with a few more splats.
Did you see that Eldrago is getting, they're whittling down that penalty. That we have Foodies with that special advantage. The slider does come out. It does look like it does manage to get the pick on that leader, but are they going to be able to cap? They managed to turn and get Mox as well. Chara now looking towards this left side, halfway towards yet another devastating reslider as Mox has that Zipcaster. How these two have been playing together so well this particular game. You expect it to be the crab and the slide, but so far this game, it's the slide and the zip. They're getting really close to clearing that penalty with so little left in the game, Pat.
Yep. Just 15 seconds left in the game. No penalty on the Foodies, but Eldrago are running in. They lost 3 players though, and they didn't apply penalty. Foodies suddenly are going to take the lead and are looking to get the game as Eldrago are running in, desperate to keep things from happening. But that's game 1 for the Foodies.
My gosh. The triple from Mocha on the opposing truck, winning them the game. Just buying enough time. When you're that close at the end of the game, sometimes you need a pick, sometimes you need 2. Sometimes, 3 seals the deal. Beautiful play out there from Mocha. And what was so dominant for Eldrago for the bottom third of that game.
Yeah. Eldrago had so much control. Look at that Phoenix going to the side, maintaining so much pressure as the rest of Eldrago moves perfectly around. But the Foodies able to get the comeback, able to get the momentum going. And once they were in, once they had that control, they deny one push, they win the game.
And here we are in grand finals, right? We talked about sitting on your hands for a little bit while the opponent comes right back up, gets over that tilt of losing a set, goes on and, puts a couple teams under. And that's what we saw with Foodies. It looks like they're nice and toasty. They're ready to go. Back on right on the scorched zones. Unbelievable. I can't believe I just said that.
Yeah, we're back onto scorched zones. We're back with more Reef Slider cheese of both the zone and the grades.
We've seen it like every time.
Yeah, every time without a miss. Chara is going to go in there. So, Eldrago, they were resting while the Foodies were playing the lower finals. Maybe Eldrago were watching stream. They have to be ready for that opening that the Foodies are going to bring here.
They were resting. They were, eating on their hoard, their pile of gold, while Foodies was out there eating. Shucks. What do? You get warm real quick, and you put them right back where they came, in the non-existent losers bracket, and you walk away with the gold. Both of these teams, they got their pride on the line. They got a chip on their shoulder, and they're back home. Scorch Gorge. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, back to Scorch Gorge. No change from either team. These weapons have been working for them. These weapons have been doing so much for them. Let's see if the Foodies are able to repeat their monster opening.
You see Cleffa Pig on this left side opting to take their time. Very different. And you gotta remember, they're running up against Phoenix, who's running that opening gambit, and now they just let Phoenix come and get one. They do trade him out, but that's a lot of pressure, having to deal with a gal QR opening gambit running right at you.
Yeah, but right now, Drago were able to take first control over the zone, trying to keep it, but with 2 players down and a Zipcaster, they will have to move out to let the Foodies take control of that zone. Now, can the Foodies keep the control of the zone? Because Eldrago are already back on the attack, Skep!
Unbelievable. Very quickly capping that zone. You got our Scorch Gorge was one that Foodies won during the last time around. Because El Drago was clumping around the back of that snipe, which we do see Foodies doing a little bit here, thanks to that Weight-Breaker out from 4K. Gets a pick on that Dreadringer, and that Reef Slider is pivotal to Foodies' retake. And now we have Peppa Pig going down as well. That's their sustain on their pushes. So El Drago looking to set themselves up here for a pretty sizable lead, Pat.
Yeah, very much. Foodies still struggling to go in. They lost their Stamper. That would be a lot of help for a push, but here comes the Crab Tank from Clever Pig. And the Reef Slider to help with an extra
jump!
And the jump, of course. That's how you play Reef.
Oh man, it's I've never seen someone do that before, and honestly, it's really working. Mocha here, this is a devastating spot that you desperately really don't want a Stamper. They are going to attempt to bomb them out and force them to the back, which does work for now. Now these whales have been working so well for Phoenix time and time again, but it doesn't look like they were willing to drop quite with that, instead opting to use that to get Mocha's slide in. Chara missing that Reef Slider there on Phoenix as Mox does try and come in and get the help. But thankfully, we do see here Cleffa Pig helping out their teammate, and this looks like it's going to be a lead swap in favor of Foodies, especially with this cool out. Feed, you know?
Get in and fight! Foodies are still holding that zone. We're halfway through the game, but this game could end right here, right there. If El Drago are not able to paint, they're able to get the Reef Slider, never mind, the Dread Ringer, and capture the zone with an extra splat. They're now in position. Can they take control? They need to push Clever Pig away from here, and that's what they're doing.
You can see them sizing each other up there on that right side, trying to see who's going to back first, who's going to play chicken. Ultimately, we do see Clever Pig jumping out, and we are going to see potentially some advantage to that. I mean, because of the decision to not go down there, we do see Foodies capping that zone, as Yeti does pop that cooler. 2 members left standing. El Drago does look like Yeti's going to be the only one who's going to be able to get that cooler for now, as we do see a pick on the members of Foodies. Cleffa Pig with this crab trying to stall their retake for as long as possible. But at this point, I do say El Drago is going to be working their way in, like it or not.
Yeah, but El Drago lost 2 of their players, including the Brush that can paint a bunch. Mocha getting a huge splat right there with the whole range of the Stamper to re-establish the control. There isn't much penalty onto the Foodies. Right now, El Drago needs to push and needs to paint fast.
Mox going in does get taken down, and we do see Chara trying to deal with that Wave Breaker, trying to stop that chip from happening. They do have this Reef Slider that's going to be vital for preventing El Drago from capping the zone. They do, and they jump, keeping that pain alive, and with it, getting closer to that bracket reset, Pat.
I mean, right now, the Foodies coming from the loser side don't agree with the script. They want their victory, they want that reset, and they're coming in incredibly strong. I mean, that's the thing at that level. Beating a team is always possible. Beating that team twice in a row after they just learn how you play, how to adapt, is a different deal. And now it's on El Drago to learn to change something in their plan, because what they've been doing these past 2 games haven't worked.
I don't think El Drago was watching the stream. I don't think they were. I think they were yapping. Oh man, I'm excited. I don't know. Remember how devastating Brightwater Zones was the last time around? I mean, I feel like we got the repeat there from Scorch Zones, you know. Foodies clutches up, they eat. But, I mean, Brightwater was just like Phoenix going in time and time again, and Argo being right there at their feet to back them up every single time they swung elbow. I'm a little concerned that Foodies is gonna go down here. They're gonna go down hard, and that they're gonna snowball their way out of the set.
Skep, there's going to be constantly 2 players on Phoenix. Constantly. Yeah. Because you can't let Phoenix take any momentum on this map. You can't the second Phoenix starts dancing, everybody has to watch and then die in awe of the moves. It's just gonna happen.
Oh man, I'm excited. We're gonna see some movement. There's always good movement
Oh yeah.
out from Phoenix on this map. I'm so excited. I'm ready. I'm ready.
Yeah.
Can they
but,
stop it though? I mean, remember what like Foodies messed up? Excuse me, did not go well last time around.
Yeah.
Was they would use their specials for retake and then they wouldn't have anything to hold.
Mhm.
Which sometimes you got to use your specials. That is just reality. You know. But sometimes you're dealing with a leader in the opposing spawn that really doesn't have to move at any point in the game. And you need a way to move them.
But
That's my concern.
Skep, all the stress, all the eyes are on El Drago, because if they don't win that game, if they don't stop the bleeding right here, right now, on that map that they won the last time these two teams fought, they're going to be in trouble, because you don't want to get a bracket reset with a 3-0.
No, no one wants to get bracket reset. I mean, that's kind of like Duma right there, you know? You're doing great in your tournament, you're undefeated. All of a sudden, you're chilling there, you're talking to your friends, you're having a good time, and then you get boomed. It's like, what happened? Who put their coffee down? You know?
Yeah, you have to be ready. The foodies are eating right now, and El Drago are feeding.
Yeah, I'm a little nervous. I'm nervous for both ends. I'm nervous for El Drago booming themselves because they go down 3-0 and end up in a bracket reset and just snowballs from there. I'm worried that foodies are gonna get Phoenix this next game and they're just gonna boom and go down from there. I mean, anything can happen. Either way, I expect this particular game to be a boom for either team. That's the only thing I know.
Yeah. And one thing to note, one of the players from the Foodies had to take a 2-minute break, so that's why we are waiting a bit longer between these games. Right now, okay, the break is done. All the players are selecting their weapons right now, but yeah, we had to wait a little bit. That's a bit of breathing time for El Drago that the Foodies just gave them. So El Drago had the time to discuss a little bit, to address a little bit the issues that they just met. I think that's a good break for El Drago.
Yeah, hopefully, assuming that it wasn't, molding. I mean, that's the thing with mental, right? Is there's a way when you're down and things aren't going well to express yourself in a way that makes it better, and then there's a way to express yourself where everybody gets giga-boomed. And sometimes those 2 minutes can make a mental difference. Sometimes you gotta get up and walk away for 2 seconds, and you can't because you're in grands.
That's all you need. We are in game 3 of Grand Finals of this Triton-Cup right here. Remember, we are raising money for Les Restos du Cœur, a French charity that is doing an awesome work for the people that need it. We are very thankful for your contributions and your generosity, as we are going into this game 3 where the foodies want to make a statement.
All this talk about eating, and remember, you can donate charity to make sure everybody's able to have food on their plate. Just saying.
Yep, let us go. And no change in the comps from either of this team. That's not a surprise. Let's see how it goes. Phoenix already dropped, already running forward and trying to get the splats.
Yeah, we do see the first cooler here coming out from Harshi on the side of food. Oh, are you kidding me? Looking on the map, it looks like 4K's on their snipe, but then you go down and you're like, there's no way. Unbelievable. Oh man, that's personal. That was it. That was hateful.
That is personal indeed. The two snipers entering each other blow for blow, and both Zitcasters activated, but right now El Drago already passed the 50-point mark, forcing Foodies to use everything they have to cap the zone. Penalties applied, but that's a great first attack for El Drago in the first minute of the game.
I'm sensing a repeat of history. I'm sensing we're using our specials for retake and we're dropping left and going down. Because that is exactly what just happened, where Foodies applied that penalty and they just immediately exploded. So now we're looking at Cluffapig being close to that crab. That crab is undoubtedly, in my brain, going to come out in bottom right. To work their way in. Unless I'm wrong. I don't know. Maybe I don't know anything about this game. I'm wrong. There we go. Now, now get that crab in their elbow. Let's go.
Yeah, get there right now. Oh, 2 players down onto the foodies. Eldrago able to defend pretty well, get back onto the zone, and reapply penalty, retake. Mocha is going to be completely isolated and splatted on the landing here. Foodies need to wait a little bit and prepare their specials to get another break.
There's the crab. There's the crab on bottom right. There it is, Kat. I called it just a minute too early. A minute too seconds. The crab from Clip and Pig does come out as they're forced into a 1v1 with Phoenix. They're going to be able to back up their teammate. We do see them and Mocha here in this 2v2 in mid, but Mocha ditches. Mocha leaves Cleffa alone. And now forced to rotate back and jump out and back in. You know, I think maybe they picked up a thing or two from Chara this past set.
Yeah, Eldrago absolutely able to hold the line, hold the zone, but the foodies were able to recap and are going in now. The crab tank is going to give them a lot of control of the mid with 2 players down. Phoenix hiding to the side, waiting for the opportunity. They don't know. Wait.
Oh, wait, here we go. Oh, wait, but they're surrounded. Everyone, wait, get in the pick on Harushi. Wait, they cap. Okay, we're done waiting now, Pat.
They did cap, but the foodies are still in control of mid. Recap instantly. There isn't that much penalty, and it's still 2 minutes into the game. That's plenty of time for the foodies to get back in their scap.
And we do see Club Pig being very close to that crab. I want to see that crab in an aggressive position. I want to see that crab out here on this left side. And here we go. Phoenix running in, forced to jump out. The Wavebreaker there. But look how grouped up the members of Eldrago are into that crab's ship as we have this Reef Slider to finish them off and shut down that retake out from Chara. It's things are happening, Kat.
They are happening indeed. Foodies. Oh my god, they get it! They get the lead, they take the lead! They stay in there with 2 players down. They're gonna keep control of the zone. Eldrago, they played this game so well, but the foodies, they play better.
Man. Honestly, the moment it changed in my heart and my eyes, I heart Cleffa's crabs. Big heart emoji. Heart hands, the millennial version and the Gen Z version, heart hands, as we head into a bracket reset. I'm sorry, Pat.
Yeah, I mean, these angles that Cleffa has with the crabs are always in the spot that Eldrago doesn't want the crab to be like. Always perfectly placed to allow the rest of the team to be where they want to be, to do what they want to do, while Cleffa stays alive, and he's a menace with that crab.
You know, hitting them with the shellfish allergy on bottom left. What is to be done? Oh, beautiful crab. I honestly was so convinced that they were going to follow up the chip damage from the crab with the Reef Slider, but Chara had a plan. Who am I to second guess? You know, I was so nervous when that the HUD went into neutrals. I'm thinking to myself, why didn't they slide earlier? But then I saw, and we all saw, and with it, the game.
Yeah. That was the game, that was the set, and that was the bracket reset for the foodies, who just took 3 games off of Eldrago. And Eldrago now are in deep danger.
And honestly, after a map that was so dominant for them the first time they faced in Winners Finals, I think that makes a huge difference.
Yeah.
In terms of the trajectory of this set.
Oh yeah. I mean, these two sets had different dynamic, and right now it's on Eldrago to make it a 3rd set, not make it a continuation. But what just happened, they need to completely change how they play. They need to surprise foodies in some way, in any way, so they can reset their own mindset and foodies, because right now Eldrago are scared and foodies feel invincible.
They need one really good win, like 100-0 knockout, to just completely turn this around.
They need to take control. They need to take control of the map.
Oh, look what I see in Game 3.
Yeah, it's going to happen.
Unbelievable. Oh man. Haggle.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm prepared for this, Pat. I think you're gonna have to take over. I think I need to step out. I'm not ready.
All right. Fine. I guess it's on me then. Hagglefish Market, very much a classic of Splatoon 3. Since before the game came out in the first tournament we had Hagglefish Zone be one of these top games, and we had the Crab Tank be one of these specials that really took control of the map, took control of the zone, and that we can expect to see here between these two teams.
Yeah, I remember the dominance of Crab Meta, particularly on this map. It was like as oppressive as most people consider Pencil to be today, if not more. But now we have things like Bubble and Whale to give us the edge.
Yeah,
we have been saved.
Raised in. But still having a crab is pretty good. Cleffa is going to bring it again because, I mean, if you're cracked with that weapon, yeah, bring it.
Dually strong. Let's go. All right, I'm ready here, Pat. I take back everything I said. I am indeed ready here for our grand finals match. This is it. This is the bracket reset. We are starting here from square one.
Yeah, 5 more games to go, and it's El Drago taking the opening push, taking control of the zone already. But here comes the answer from the Foodies, already getting a splat and a Crab Tank on top of the zone to go in with the Zipcaster. That's 2 down. Mocha pushing in and allowing the Foodies to take control of the whole map step.
Where did they come from? Like, where did this courage with the crab just bam in your face? You're already at shooting its zone. I don't care. There's a crab here now. Just where did this come from? This energy.
Yeah, it's non-stop presence from the Foodies right now. El Drago, the brush was able to drop, activates the zip, but is instantly splatted, not able to get much. And now here comes the punish. 30 points left. El Drago need to push. They don't want to be in that position. They want to get the zone right now. They need to get the zone right now. Skep, and they stay alive.
And the whole world stopped holding their breath there as they tap that zone and buy themselves some sweet, precious time from what was a gargantually dominant opening there from Foodies. We do see that Cleffa again has that devastating crab out. I'm very curious to see where they're going to pop that from, given that they're currently on that bottom right and getting pushed by Mox. Harshy now looking at that Octobrush, but that's a difficult angle for any sniper to take. As the zone maintains control of El Drago, Cleffa working their way in there, and here comes another one of those crabs. This one's a little cheeky. It's just shooting on that left side. Not making that much space, but hopefully enough to get them back in there.
The crab is delaying things a bit more, allowing Foodies to get back onto the map, and look at that, they're back in control, back on the attack. El Drago not able to take the positions that they want. Phoenix to the side, but Phoenix is kind of isolated. Foodies can move back and force Phoenix to run away.
And here we go with Cleffa on this bottom right side. We do see, that the zone is in the side, or in the, okay. Hello, 4K? What is happening? Beautiful snipe there on the dually that was trying to do something quirky.
That's Devin 4K for you. Foodies still in control of the zone, but trying to hold it to extend their lead. But El Drago coming back in there, reapplying penalty now. Can they take control? Can they push Cleffa Pig away? It looks like Cleffa still to the side, and the Foodies are already looking to push back in.
So this is another one of those crabs that's really far back here, and this is so different compared to how they played this map previously. We saw those crabs taking extremely aggressive positions, and because of that, Chara goes in with that slide and does go down because there's no crossfire. So the members of El Drago are just able to sit on that backside of the zone and maintain control. They can hold those very solid positions. Mox goes in, does go down, but that's what you want your Octobrush to be doing at any given moment. And Cleffa Pig taking this angle with their main weapon as a dually, just very dangerous. I feel like Foodies is playing not book smart right now.
Oh yeah, but Foodies retake the zone once again thanks to that Reef Slider. And with 2 players down, El Drago are forced away, are forced back. It's only Phoenix left standing while Drago Phoenix is going to be punished, completely surrounded. Last minute of the game, Skep.
Yep, something has changed. Foodies already feels like they have won the set based off of how they're playing. We do see these Zipcaster and this Crab coming out, and those are very good specials here that are going to secure them this game. There is no doubt in my mind that Foodies is walking away with game 1 of this bracket reset, but at what cost?
Foodies have the confidence right now. El Drago are struggling to push them away, are struggling to win these fights, and Foodies getting more and more and more. That is 4 games in a row that Foodie just took off of El Drago now.
I'm a little concerned. That felt up until the end where we had that Crab on that front right and the Zipcast running towards spawn. That felt like a very different. Maybe they were not able to get set up with their special timing in the way that they had intended. But something that Foodies has been doing very well so far, and I've said it time and time again, is they're using their specials to generate crossfire.
Yeah.
Up until the end of the set, there was none of that. Or end of that game, there was none. Everything felt desperate.
I mean, Skep, we're getting pretty far into the tournament. These players have been in the tournament for 4 hours now. It's been a ride for them. So they must be tired. They must be starting to lose a bit of coordination, and they have to make it work because there's still 4 more games to go, possibly, as El Drago is going to try to push Foodies away this time on Barnacle and Dine.
This is the map mode that El Drago closed out Winners Finals on. And it was the one where Foodies went double cooler. We were like, whoa, and then the game was over. So sticking with their Reef Slider this time around, let's see how different this shakes out.
Yeah, I mean, having the extra pushing special this time will help them a lot, especially if they take the early pick, if they take the control right there. It's El Drago that is stuck in their spawn, waiting for their pushing specials to get forward.
We do see that El Drago does have that cooler online. They do pop that, and they're going to start signaling their players to go, go, go. That whale does come out, and we know how Phoenix likes to push in with that whale. Dangerous position here from 4K, trying to get that pick on Harshi. It does look like they are going to eventually be punished for that. As look at this paint. There is so much paint for Foodies to work with as we head to the final moments of this game.
20 ticks left onto the zone. El Drago running in, pushing as much as they can. 2 players down. They're able to take control. Clefferpig is behind them and ready to get in the fight, but Clefferpig is punished. Now it's on Mocher to maintain the presence for the Foodies. Mocher is going to move back, regroup with the team as El Drago are taking control.
And it was the whale and the Zipcast. What did it do? It generated crossfire. We have swapped. What has happened? The Reef Slider does come in, and it does neutralize the zone as El Drago is 2 members down, but those jumps are coming in quick. They do manage to cap, so that's a penalty applied to El Drago that helps stabilize Foodie's lead. But Mocher here potentially walking into a dangerous fight, but clean up there from the Foodies, swarming each other and helping each other out there to start setting up. This is looking good.
This is looking incredible for the Foodies, who are maintaining their presence. The Crab Tank in a huge position right there by Clefferpig, forcing all of El Drago to wait for the push. Moxie's going in with the Zipcast, but Moxie's alone right there, forced to not get anything and jump out of here. Just 10 ticks left. Char activating the Reef Slider, jumping to the side. Just a few more ticks. El Drago staying alive, able to collapse onto the zone in the nick of time. But they need to stay there now. They need to push the Foodies out because that is a huge lead.
At this point, all Foodies needs to do is just cap, over and over and over. Unless they want to go for the knockout, I mean, it's only El Drago that can stop them. They have those 3 specials. The Zip and the Crab comes out. We still have the Reef Slider to try and clear their way out of snipe. What could potentially be... I think they all went down. Am I crazy?
Oh.
Oh my gosh! Phoenix coming in. Yeti's gonna clean up Clever. I really think Yeti's gonna do it. Harshy comes in and saves the day.
Yeah, but it's still El Drago taking control over the zone, taking control over the map, and they don't have that much penalty. Foodies need to make this one push work, otherwise they're going to lose the lead and the game.
They take Phoenix, and with it, they take 4K, they take Devon, they're working their way in. We got Kleppa with the crab, but there's somebody on the snipe. Somebody's got to help Kleppa. Chara's fighting Yeti down on the bottom right side, does get punished for it. It does look like Kleppa was somehow able to stabilize that as Yeti jumps out and then back in. These players on the bottom right side, I'm worried about them here as this whale does come out. Phoenix trying to figure out a way in, but can't fight themselves into a 1v3. El Drago caps again, but again, all Foodies needs to do is just cap.
Phoenix able to get one extra splat before going 1 minute left in the game. Skep as El Drago are getting rid of their penalty right now. Phoenix getting an extra splat, that is huge! El Foodies now need to push just 20 ticks left onto the zone.
Yeah, but they know where Phoenix is, they know where the gal is. The Zipcasts are coming out from Mocha, that tells their teammates to go, and they do, and they cap with 30 ticks left in the game. Now I'm feeling a little bit nervous. Their penalties are even. El Drago has one more chance to not only break into the zone, but to lock Foodies out. It's not going to be easy for them here, Pat.
Yeah, they just lost their zap, but not before activating that tactical. They will be in, but they're not able to get the splat. Just a few more seconds. The brush going in, but the brush is punished. People need to paint. Here comes the fight for the paint, and now El Drago need a miracle in overtime.
Need to keep the Dreadringer dead. That is it. That is what needs to be done. Getting the crab is huge because no, you don't have that long range paint as they have 15 ticks left here to pull lead. Chara has that re-slider. It looks like they're wanting to go. They're waiting for the teammates. They managed to slide in, but everybody's shooting and it's not enough. With it, capping, taking game 2. That game was a lot dicier towards the end.
So close. So close. But that's the 5th game for the Foodies. The Foodies are unstoppable, and despite going from losers bracket, are now 1 game away from having the gold extra deluxe Sendu badge.
Oh man, I honestly, there was a little piece of doubt in my mind. I was like, Drago's about to walk away with this, know, especially when they got Cleffa on that crab. Thankfully, Chara did stay alive. That was the win condition, right, for El Drago? They had to get him. They did not.
That reef slider forced El Drago to go in. El Drago tried to wait, thought they could paint over it. That was not enough. The power of special power-up wins it for the Foodies. And now we go back to Mincemeat Metalworks, and now this could be the last game of the whole tournament.
Mincemeat, let's go! I was right. It's good. It's a good map. We're just not ready to hear it. I'm excited. That game was based. Can we appreciate the wall, a pixel? A ledge, the reef slider. Like, what? Are you kidding? Oh man, if I was Phoenix with that wall, I'd be like, that's not good.
Things happen. Things happen, and without further ado, our two teams have pressed A instantly to get right into the game. One player is not that ready. I believe Yeti disconnected.
Yeah, it sure does look like that, unless somebody's walking away.
Yeah, well, that's not how you're gonna win the game. Three players is not.
I don't know. Maybe
enough.
they can. Maybe they're all running tenacity.
That's a special strat. Oh yeah.
You ever seen those teams where someone's running tenacity, like for cooler or whatever, and then everybody else jumps off the map and then jumps to that person? That way they have cooler.
Here's the thing: you don't get the tenacity bonus for long if you have cooler active. That's not gonna work.
Well, Well, actually, I think you're onto something there, Pat.
Like, Kuda makes tenacity worse.
Don't tell me that.
It doesn't need to be worse, but it is worse.
I don't know. Man, I'm ready. I'm ready. I think everybody's ready.
Yeah.
Are we all ready?
We have a player back into the lobby. People are pressing A. We're gonna get it. Like Eldrago buying themselves sometimes to make a fiery speech before going into the game.
Oh man, maybe they just gotta hype each other up, you know? Yeah, maybe it's someone's giving a war cry right now. Just like loud, woke up their neighbors. It's midnight in the EU. In the EU, generally speaking, I know there's multiple time zones.
It's past midnight here for me, so yeah, I can attest. But for some of these players, it's getting pretty late. There is still work to do, and yeah, it's time to go. No change in the comps, of course. Let's see what these teams do. How many Reef Sliders are we gonna get on this map?
Oh my gosh, I am so ready. We last time this map was played, Phoenix went in with that opening gambit, did go immediately down and did cost him that. This time around, it does look like Phoenix does get Chara there. Either him or 4K did that. And, you know, we find ourselves in a 3v situation in mid. Mox pushing up there with that brush, trying to get another little cheeky pick, but it looks like Cleffa going in for the flank, looking right at Yeti. That's their cooler. And we do see Mox cleaning that up. This looks to be a little bit more of a scrap in this opening.
Yeah, very much a feisty opening. Both teams answering blow for blow, but Foodies taking control over the zone, grabbing a few points. Phoenix getting instantly deleted by Puchar, who gets punished by Devin 4K on the leader. But right now, the leader is pushing in and allowing Eldrago to finally get the zone.
Now here comes that cooler. You want to apply some sort of penalty that way. I love that sprinkler spot. Anyway, that's funny.
Yeah, it's so funny.
Bro goes straight down the sprinkler and gets taken out. Quirky Sprinkler. Sprinkler the 15 mate that really does carry.
It does indeed. The Foodies took the zone back, but they didn't manage to really push Eldrago away. So that's an instant comeback from Eldrago, who already took a splat, took two splat. Mocho, isolated, is going back to spawn. The Foodies are in danger right now as Eldrago are pushing in Phoenix, activating that wall. Oh, picked! Phoenix picked!
Ooh, here we go. We know how quickly that the Phoenix and Yeti were able to get set up in the opponent's spawn the last time around that this game was played. We do see Chara sliding into that left side, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to get a pick, opting for the slided jump as one might would. As Foodies does cap the zone, but Eldrago, man, they have a small lead to work with here. That's got to be a little comforting to them.
Yeah, a very, very small lead. But with 3 minutes left in the game, there's going to be more back and forth between these two teams. An extra tactical for the Foodies, who are running and forcing everybody away. Chara!
Yeah, I never thought a Reef Slider could be so high. Did you? Here we go. We got 50 ticks. It does look like Foodies. It's the Uno reverse. We got Cleffa Pig setting up their spawn. They're halfway to a crab. I don't want Cleffa's crab up there. Mocha jumps in. Yeti and Mox working their way down to that left side. We see 4K setting up some crossfire with that leader as Mocha does dive in, trying to shift those players around. Foodies heading towards that KO with 15 ticks left as we find ourselves in a backline-less situation. Eldrago stalling it out, keeping their game alive.
Fainting for dear life right there. They are still in the game. They have 2 minutes to mount a comeback now. The Foodies lost a few players, conceded a huge part of the game, but Eldrago needs to... They need to establish themselves. They need to camp these spots, to camp the great, and deny anybody from going in. They don't have any penalties kept. Here comes the Reef Slider, getting one zone again, one more penalty, and with 2 down, the Foodies take the zone back.
Yeti's somehow still alive up on that car. Does have to like duck and weave here, trying to get out. They need that other cooler for their teammates on their way back in. We are getting really, really close. It looks like El Drago is going to hit Food with a lot all at once. All of those specials coming online very quickly, being popped. But that means they're not going to have a think or a lockout, right? And they don't cap the zone off of it. Now they have nothing to show for it. This is looking dangerous for them. 4K looking like, excuse me?
Chara just jumps away way too fast with his tacticulars. It's unfair. And the Foodies are back in control with 45 seconds left in the game. El Drago trying to push, but they don't have a special ready. Here comes the well, here comes the Zipcaster. They are going in. They are getting the splats. Now they need to hold the zone. They can't lose the zone anymore, Skep.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know. I mean, the shot on the jump, but just not getting that. I mean, that kind of sets Foodies up, no? Mox does go down on that left side. It looks like everybody's grabbing for the zone, but Foodies has so much paint around mid that leaves their players with so much less room to work with. Cleffa gets the pick on Phoenix with 10 seconds left in this game, and a crab to show for it, being popped on that bottom right side. This zone flips neutral, and here it comes. GG.
We had to end this tournament with a Reef Slider.
Oh man. Deep breath. Deep breath.
Deep breath. I mean, incredible play by the Foodies right there. I mean, they were coming from loser's side. They didn't drop again in that grand finals. They got the 6-0 against El Drago. El Drago, fantastic team! Four incredible players, but the Foodies just on another level in this final.
They came back hungry, you know. They didn't stuff themselves in losers. They didn't. Honestly, the first game of this bracket reset, I was like, nah, what has happened? They all the confidence went to their brains, but it came back. They settled down. They got back in it. You know? Oh my.
I mean, the Foodies were really finding the weaknesses and finding the comeback. The Foodies, the Drago were able to take the zone back to set themselves in position, but there was always, whatever the position, whatever the weapons were popping off at the time, someone from the Foodies had the answer. It was a Reef Slider, it was a Zipcaster, it was, of course, a Crab Tank. Everything was ready for the answer, and every time there was the right player from the Foodies in the right spot doing the right thing.
I'm just so floored. And the hero of today, genuinely, I know I really liked Quill's joke about the cha-cha slider. I thought that was really clever. But what really did it for me was the crabs from Cleffa. Just textbook good crabs. Like good entry, crabs. Hold, chip.
Does the work, allows your team to take so much space. Everybody is forced to look at the crab for 8 seconds. That 8 seconds is an eternity in Splatoon, especially in Splat zones. And these crabs were where they would have the most impact, when they would have the most impact, and the rest of the team knew exactly where to go while the crab was on.
Except for Haggle. Cleffa. We gotta talk about the first half of the Haggle game.
Can't you? Like, it's late. It's been a long tournament.
Beautiful.
You're allowed to make a mistake or two.
Two bad crabs. No. Two bad crabs. No, Foodies, every single player on that roster played phenomenally today. Truly. We saw Harshy, taking people out back. I mean, Mocha, those Zipcasters, I thought were very, they weren't selfish. There was intention behind them, consistently. And then, I mean, hit him with the cha-cha slide. And then we got Cleffa's crabs. Gosh darn. I thought that they all played phenomenally, and it makes sense why they won. Congratulations, Triton-Cup 100.
Yeah, that was Triton-Cup 100, but we still have a few more things to say. First of all, we would like to thank Anonymous for the 15 euros, Chara for the 10 euros saying W Tawny, thank you Chara, Squidaddle for the 75 euros, let's both halfway to goal, thank you so much Squidaddle. And thank you, Ayud, for watching, for giving some visibility to this tournament. We've been raising money for Le Resto du Coeur. That means the Hearts restaurant, by the way. It's a great French charity that is doing so much for the people that need it today. And yeah, I was so glad I got to cast this part of the tournament with you, Skep.
Thank you for inviting me, Pat. I had a blast.
I had a blast too.
Thank you to everyone who turned out to say hi, and thank you to our competitors and streamers and earlier commentators, and especially our staff for giving their time here today. It means the world.
Yeah, and before we go, Skep, can you plug yourself? Where can I find you on the internet?
Well, you can find me playing my Ludi match tonight at 10 Eastern, 7 Pacific at Skepadilians on Twitch.
Okay.
We will throw, and I will like it. What about you, Pat?
Well, you can find me on Blue Sky for future tournaments. Right here, it's written Pageauton, or it will come up. Yeah, here it is on your screen, right there. If you're coming to Full Wipe, the French LAN that is next week, you'll be able to find me here to chill with the French community. I can't wait to do so. So yeah, see you later. Thank you so much to Ryan, our observers, and thank you all for watching. Bye-bye.
Stay fresh.